Get started here. We're a little delayed, but we've got a lot on our agenda this morning. So it's always an honor to have our elected sheriff with us, Mr. Balaam. It's nice to see you this morning. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Washoe County Board of Commissioners, and we have with us today also our Library Board of Trustees. And Ms. Stoss, I'm under the assumption you will be chairing that meeting for us today.
No, I'm
not.
not.
No, you're not going to chair. I'm just trying to get some. I'm just trying to get some understanding here. All right. So, Mr. Chair, will you open your meeting for us?
Morning. My name is Wayne Holland. I'm technically deficient, obviously. Wayne Holland, Chair of the Washoe County Library Board. We'll start off our meeting with a roll call.
Oh, we'll jump in there just a second. So first, we're going to do a salute to the flag, and so Mr. Wayne Yarbrough, will you lead us, Under Sheriff? And to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. We appreciate it this morning. All right. With that, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call for the Washoe County Commission?
Of course. Bob Lucy, Chair.
Here.
Marcia Berg-Bigler, Vice Chair.
Here.
Kitty Jung.
Present.
Von Hartung.
Here.
Jeannie Herman. Here. County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney David Watsfield.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, Chief Deputy Clerk. Sir, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And you can do your roll.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, and will the board start with their roll call, please, Amy?
Amy Glary.
Zanny Marsh.
Wayne Holland,
Jean Stoss.
and I think that's all we have today.
All right, those were our Board of Trustees. All right, so we have a quorum of our Board of Trustees as I'm being, get the nod now from our legal counsel. All right, so this is a joint meeting of the Washoe County Commission and the Library Board of Trustees, Washoe County Library. We are going to get to that, sir. That's our next jump. We're going to jump right to that. You're welcome. All right, so Madam Clerk, will you please call public comment?
Yes, sir. First up, we have Miss Elise Weatherly, followed by Miss Carol Black.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly. Before I go into good reviews, I decided instead of just doing bad things all the time, I talked to my counterpart, another accounting type, and said, we have to make sure that we let the community know about good things too, not just the bad things, right? And I will say that the El Dorado used to be a good place to work, especially when Al Stoss was there. Okay. Anyway, what I will say, yeah, no, my friend was his boss. It was just this, and I remember when you went into detail of getting that Humane Society built, right? And I've gotten my best dog ever from that place, and I'm so grateful for Harry. But what I will say is that the Washoe County needs to get up on technology too. I tried to file a document to hold somebody in contempt of court, and it was very difficult for me to navigate that system because the instructions weren't exactly what they should have been. I'm not stupid technologically, but it was not easy for me to read. I could see somebody coming in and just doing some overhauls on technology in the state of Nevada and in Washoe County, and it would make it much more user-friendly. What I will say is Rosewood. I used to hate Rosewood Rehabilitation Center, but now that Arlene has been replaced by young Crystal, things are different. She is now in charge of activities, and guess who she cares about? The residents. It's not about her own personal agenda or who makes her mad or who doesn't. It's what do the residents want. And so now I'm getting to go back in there and play on the piano that I donated to them. Can you imagine that? It's amazing. So what I would think is this young Crystal could go around to these other places like Pam and China at the Seasons, of Reno, and go, here's how you look out for your residents. You put your pride aside. You don't throw out a good pianist and vocalist because she ticked you off, because she confronted Colin Ross on him, doing drugs and alcohol and still being in charge of a healing ministry. To me, that is very illogical. All right, I would also say that Brookdale on Plumas, I would highly recommend them for people that can no longer think, because I go in there and play music, and I know that when I finish with the song, they won't remember what it was, but they will still enjoy it when I'm playing that song. They have a residence director there, activities director named Brittany, who actually cares about those people, and you can tell it makes a difference. I would highly recommend 5-Star Premium. They've got a man named Troy in charge of that community that they take care of their administrative work. We might have good doctors, we might have good nurses, we might have good county commissioners, but if we don't have a good admin staff that knows how to put the pieces together, then we're in serious trouble. And all I would say for the state, for Washoe County, for Reno, for everything else, let's take a look at our technology, but let's also take a look at the staff members. Are they suited for the job? If they're not, simply move them on. Thank you. I'm going to go work now. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Ms. Weatherly.
Ms. Carol Black, followed by Ms. Tammy Holtz still. And I do have a handout provided by Ms. Black.
That was a surprise.
Could you turn this thing on,
We need the overhead, please.
please? Yeah. Is that okay? Oh, could you wait until they get organized to start the clock, please? That's not fair. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Carol Black, Incline Village resident. I apologize for bringing this topic up early. You've got a long day ahead of you, but I have a needy husband with some health issues at home, so I couldn't stay for the afternoon and I couldn't come back, so I apologize. I'm here to talk about short-term rentals, and if there's time, which there won't be, a little bit about the hazard proposal that's in front of you. I've sent you materials by email about both. I hope you'll look at them. The hazard issues, which I have a handout I'll pass out afterwards, relate mostly to the ability to evacuate, which I don't think was focused on because the proposal did not consider the total area occupancy having to do with the bolus with visitors and short-term renters, et cetera. And also the Nevada Energy power outages, which I think have lots of operational issues based on my experience in California, and which I have a handout about. Okay, short-term rentals. Boeing employee about the 837 MAX. Nothing we do is so important that it's worth hurting somebody. That's in front of us. You've put some proposals together that have some help. There's more needed. The issues in your handout, and I'm going to talk about the tiers mostly, a little bit about density. These are the main issues I see. I'll be back in 2 weeks with more for the next round with the short-term rentals. You've got it written down, but mostly the tiers is what I want to address today. I want you to look at this graph. The short-term rental proposal has different tiers with different permitting. The problematic area that I see is Tier 1. The threshold from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is 10, an occupancy of 10. That's too high. If you look at this comparative data, the average residence has 2.5 people in it. The average family size is 2.8. The average long-term rental is 3. These are all in your report from the staff. There's a survey that said the average short-term rental, this is small IVGIT survey from a bit ago, about 4.5 occupants. And I would propose that you put that threshold at about 5 rather than 10 occupants. And the reason is because the permit is discretionary for Tier 2 and not for Tier 1. I'd like to see a bit more of a discretionary review with some opportunity for residents' input in the zone between 5 and 10. So I'm asking that your staff be asked to relook at this. The comparators they have in place, and I've outlined this, are documents that do not apply to the type of uses we have. They apply to other uses that are not comparable. I've provided a lot of evidence for that, and you've got lots of written documentation. And I appreciate your time, and I apologize for hitting you with this early in the morning when you're not going to get to it till this afternoon. But remember that graph when you talk about it this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Tammy Holtz still, followed by Mr. Sam Dene.
Good morning, Ms. Holtzville. Tammy, are you going to need the overhead as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Tammy Holdstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. For the record, the water's still there, I'm still here. Even though I have not been here, it doesn't mean that I haven't been doing anything. Let's start off with, first of all, that this flyer I created because of the fact that there have been no changes. We may not have had the precipitation, but we will flood again because between Washoe County and the city of Reno, you have not done your job. You have not corrected the situation. You've only spent money on Band-Aids. This will happen again. Let's go back to Washoe County's propaganda. Right there, highlighted. Experienced unprecedented rain and snow for 2017. Right there, unprecedented? 12 inches is unprecedented? No. Unprecedented is what I have highlighted in pink. 20, 21, 15, those are unprecedented. The propaganda and the lies of staff to the citizens has got to stop. We need a change. We need it addressed. It will flood again. It may be drying out at the moment, but it will flood again. We get an average winter. An average winter is 10 inches. We will flood again. You have a sewer plant that is Class C affluent. Nobody should touch it, not one person. But yet it's mixed with Class A affluent and it's supposed to be okay. It's not okay. It is in the 100-year floodplain. It is 45 years old, and you've spent millions of dollars to protect it from the flooding that has happened in the last 3 years. Millions that could have been spent in other places. It's time for Washoe County to step up to the plate and do the right thing. When I said that I haven't, just because I hadn't been here, I was with Ms. Rosen's office. They know about the lands bill. They know about the lack of information that your staff is not giving and putting this nice, shiny polish on everything, that everything's okay. It's not okay. It's never been okay, and it's not going to be okay until something is done to correct it. And it's time to start doing so. I am really upset that the disrespect that the residents have received, including myself standing here before you. Ruby red slippers are an example.
Mr. Sam Dene, followed by Ms. Alexandra Perfont.
Could I have the overhead also, please? There we go. Sam Dene, that's me. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I often say that I spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation, and these are some of the airplanes. Like right there is the F-4 Phantom, right there. There's the B-52 bomber, right there and there. There's the F-101 Voodoo, that's me standing right in front of it. And there's my airliner, Pan American World Airways, an A300 that I was a pilot on. And there I am when I was a little younger in the airplane. So I spent 26 years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation. I thought my career was over. That was 1993 approximately. Then I found a new life. The guard angel, not the guard dog, the guard angel of Reno, overseeing the government ever since 1993. Virtually every single government meeting with 6,427 public testimonies. More testimonies than I had flights in all of those airplanes up there. At any rate, and I have been responsible, and nobody challenges me, I've been responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno. Either a catalyst or a driving force. Mr. Hartung smiles, and I know that's a smile of agreement, I'm quite sure. 88% of the good things about Reno. And I'm not responsible for the 88% of the bad things about Reno, maybe a few of them. At any rate, I saved Burning Man almost single-handedly when Washoe County wanted to shut it down. I saved the Air National Guard when they wanted to get fighter planes, and I ordered Washington and the other bureaucrats to give them C-130s. They got C-130s. These are all facts. Anybody look it up? Please, you got 3 minutes, can challenge me. I was a driving force that brought the Gigafactory here. And I was the driving force that protected and saved Colonel Kazmierski's job when he was on his heels and needed somebody to help him to bring the Gigafactory here. I spoke out about the Gigafactory. He even called up and said, Sam, I don't know how you did it, but the Gigafactory is coming to Reno. And on and on and on. I could keep going. But now, everything is fine. Everything is great. The economy's pumping along. Everything is wonderful. I'm saying my job is done. All I've got left to do now is to keep coming to the podium and giving myself kudos for having done all of these wonderful things. What could go wrong? But we do have one problem in this community that I've been able to partially dismantle it, but we do have one entity in this community that needs to be dismantled. It's on the government trough, and that's the Reno Gazette Journal that the Reno City Hall bailed out to the tune of $7 million. The government's not good. The community is great. Any questions? Comments? Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
Ms. Alexander Brevant, followed by Mr. Wislet Rizard.
Excuse me.
There you go.
I got lots of them.
Sam. 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 You're perfect. Thank you. No, one is good.
Thank you for being patient here while I get this organized.
Ms. Profont, if you're not ready, we can,
I am.
okay.
Hi, I'm Alexander Profont. Thank you very much for listening to me. And thank you, Eric Brown, the county manager. I requested the Washoe County Code be brought up to the Incline Village Library, and within hours, it appeared on our shelf. Thank you very, very much. Also, I just want to preface my statement today with the fact that I know that when people serve in government, the only way you can serve us is by us bringing attention to you, things that matter to us, and I cannot imagine what your plates are full with everything going on here. I am a District 1 Planning Commissioner applicant, and I do believe I may be the best person for this job due to my education in preservation planning, which is affecting all of us. It is actually where emergency management planning interfaces with community local voices. There is a lot of confusion going on right now in planning in the state and in California due to our lack of understanding about this. Just so you know, according to the National Park Service Department of the Interior Preservation Planning Standards, there are 4 different levels of preservation planning that go on. There's the national level. This poster is an example of that. This is a national project. I'll put it under the camera here. And all levels have a public and private funding mechanism. Now that's very important because the National Trust for Historic Preservation is the only federal entity that A, gives local voices more consideration than federal voices, and B, allows for public and private planning and funding for projects. Then there is the state level. Same thing, you get public and private funding for state level projects. Then there is the regional level, and then there is the local level. And local governments, while we have many, are not certified local governments. And at present, in the State Historic Preservation Office, our certified local government representative is also an architectural historian and doing the work of 2 individuals for Section 106 review. Where this is very important is that without us being out in front of the preservation planning effort on a local and certified local government level, these plans will ultimately get confused and duplicated. And that duplication is causing our staff in our county and our state a lot of money. We need to prevent that duplication effort. We need to get out in front and protect owner occupancy preservation standards. The last time I sat in front of you or stood in front of you, I said that was the biggest thing I wanted to advocate for, was how our Nevada resident occupants actually have the right under Article 1, Section 1 to protect and possess our property. We need to interface that with a state preservation tax credit in order to make sure that our residents' property and our rights are being protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wizlet Rizard, and I apologize if I pronounced it incorrectly, and then Mr. Calvin Bell.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I get it all the time. It's Wizlet Rizard, but I go by Wiz Rizard. I'm the Community Engagement Director for Americans for Prosperity, the largest grassroots organization that helps break down barriers for people to seek opportunities, which is why I'm here to share public comment on short-term rentings. It's becoming something very prominent in our state and across the country, where Arizona passed a state bill legalizing it. People of my generation is starting to really capitalize on the affordability to now travel into cities like Las Vegas and Reno, utilizing short-term renting. So to see that you all have put together a very prominent recommendation proposal that from our assessment seems to be a very strong proposal, we're here to support it. We thank you all for making that consideration. In today's world, people are looking and finding creative ways to bring prosperity to their families and themselves. 2/3 of individuals who engage in short-term renting actually utilize that resource to pay off their mortgage, to pay off debt, and in some instances have savings and cover other every monthly expenses. This is a growing sector. With technology and innovation, we applaud entrepreneurship, but we also want to make sure we don't have government policy and barriers that prevent them from accessing and creating quality service to our market space. A woman earlier mentioned about occupancy. I would definitely say that families are why short-term renting really took off. Most people don't want to stay in the Strip with their family, with their kids. So you're seeing a lot of family reunions utilizing short-term renting to kind of stay away from the traffic and the type of atmosphere that you typically find here in Reno. And I definitely strongly urge you all to actually keep it at 10. I come from a family of 8. So if we were to bring 3 more cousins, we would be out of compliance. And I don't think it's the intention of Washoe County to make families, particularly big families, criminals. And imposing fines. So I think based on what the recommendation stated, based on international safety, I think that number is actually fine. And I applaud you all also in the recommendation for having a protocol where if you are a habitual offender and being a nuisance in terms of throwing parties and noise, that you do have a remedy there to require a noise device being placed. And I think this is very important because there's some ordinances, particularly in the state, that has required the noise device in the front end of the ordinance, meaning before you even can apply to engage in short-term renting, you basically have said these individuals are guilty of being nuisances and require the product. But the fact that you all have put it in a remedy to where once you become or have second violations for noise complaints, then this noise device will be required. So thank you all. We're here in support and looking forward at 3 o'clock to discussing this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kelvin Bell.
Welcome, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kelvin Bell. I've been involved with short-term rental for a period of time. I'm part of an international network that is involved with SDRs, and our focus primarily is to be able to provide sufficient housing that is meaningful for people who are coming into various locations, whether it's our internal location or when we're traveling outside. Some of the opportunities that short-term rentals provide is to give people an opportunity to get into different areas where they haven't been before, to visit places like Reno. This is my first time here, so I'm enjoying the views and the ambiance, et cetera. What we're concerned about, though, is the fact that in some locations, like Las Vegas, where I'm located, they put such stipulations on there that we are forbidden to operate currently. And for me and my group, we try to abide by the law all the time and provide safe accommodations for everyone. In that process, we applaud what you're doing in terms of setting rules and guidelines, but we want to make sure they're fair and open. Do not bar people from having the opportunity to participate, that the barrier for entry is set low. The expectations that people will abide by the rules is set high, but it's set in an accordance where people can afford to comply with the rules and the regulations. They are not barred from entry by financial obligations, that people have the opportunity to engage in the community, to bring additional revenues to the locations, and to be able to participate effectively. As Wiz pointed out, it's an interesting opportunity for people to engage in a process where they can earn additional income to preserve their family heritage, their locations, interact with other people who are interested in coming to the community, to be in the process of being effective and being good citizens. By setting the barriers low and requirements at a medium to high level, to comply with that helps you and your community and helps them as citizens of the community. I'd urge you to effectively apply those things. In our network, we try to make sure that we have proper compliance. We provide good quality housing, provide safety measures, provide means of property value increases, provide protection for the community, do not create a nuisance in that process. But as trainers of other people, we also want to make sure that they have an opportunity to participate and to be able to participate in a way that is effective and is honoring to your community and your rules and your regulations. In that process, I would urge you to set the barriers at a point where people can afford to get in, can be able to comply with your regulations, be able to participate in your community, to offer good housing for people who come to your community and participate. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. All right. Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, we are on to item 4.
Item number 4 is the Washoe County Library Annual Report presentation for fiscal year 2018-2019. We have Jeff here.
My clicker. Hello, Jeff Scott, Washoe County Library Director. Thank you all. Happy to give you the annual report for the Washoe County Library System. Okay. So we are midway through our strategic plan. This year we're at the tail end of our strategic plan, planning another strategic plan. The plan for these past 3 years have been Washoe County Library is a community hub, Washoe County Library grows young readers, and Washoe County Library provides opportunities to express creativity, and Washoe County Library wants residents to know their community. So every initiative we do move forward on has these themes in mind. So one of the big things we had last year was the renovation of the downtown Reno Library. The downtown library is a beloved library in our community, constructed in 1966. One of the things that happened in the last 20 years was that originally the children's area was down on the lower level, the garden level where the glass is near the fountain. That was moved in the 1990s to create the Reno Town Mall Sierra View Library. And it was in a small alcove for about 20 years. And so when I came on board here, one of the things I wanted to do was to bring the children's area back up to the main level. And then there was an area up here that gave us that advantage to do that. So with a nice donation, private donation of $900,000 from the Taquino Trust, with the partnership with the Washoe County, we were able to do that renovation in May. And this is one of 3 renovations we have planned with the Taquino Trust funds. Sparks and Northwest are still in the ready to be planned to be renovated as well. We hope to bring this kind of light and fun in the children's area for Sparks Northwest as well. And then the downtown Reno Library went 7 days a week. One of the things we noticed was there's a lot of activity on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. Having a 7-day service makes it more and more integrated with the community, with the community events now that they have the library available as well to participate in those events. We also installed a decorative cap. The State Historic Preservation Office gave us a grant to install some decorations outside the library. One of the things you'll notice at the Downtown Reno Library is you walk inside and it's this wonderful Shangri-La and this garden and this spring inside, but outside it's a very squat brick building. And so with approval with the SHPO office, we were able to do some decorations on the outside. So there's a book stack that was done by a Sparks business to provide better decoration outside, to, it's a library from a distance. We also have keycard access that we started in October 2018. As everyone knows, we're early voting sites during the primary and general election. I'll talk about, we also were a caucus location this month. This allows after-hours access and before-hours access to our libraries. So with the keycard access, you swipe your card, and any library that has an exterior meeting room access, you can go into there at any time. So that also helps with our reservations of the meeting rooms, but also for the early voting, they can get in there early, they can stay late, and it provides better access to the libraries without increasing staff time. We now have online room reservations, so if you have a meeting room at any of our libraries, you can do that online. Go to the website, washoecountylibrary.us, go to the meeting room link, and then you can make a reservation. And again, you can make after-hours reservations because of the key card access that we have. We hosted the early voting and the general and the primary voting for 2018. And again, I'll talk about the caucus at the end of the presentation. We have the AED machines provided at 8 branches, as well as Narcan with staff training, thanks to Ridge House. We also unveiled the community court with Reno Municipal Court, and among other partners. So that provides services to people who are ticketed downtown. So instead of going to court or going to jail, they end up going to the library, which is more as a safe location to do that, and often they'll get referred to service and help. We got a presentation at the last January meeting from Judge Tammy Riggs from the Reno Municipal Court talking about the system and why that works so well. What often happens is when somebody gets a ticket downtown, they're remanded to court, they missed a court date, then they have to be a warrant for their arrest, and then they'll end up going to jail. The cost of doing those items is ridiculously high for something that's really simple as sitting on the sidewalk or littering. So this is a way where someone can go to the library, it's a more welcoming location, and they actually get referred to services. So a lot of times if they're homeless, they can get referred to services that will provide assistance to them, whether it's getting housed or other assistance as well. And it's a great partnership we've had going on a year now, and we're hoping to get a report from Judge Riggs, who's doing a research with UNR about the people coming in and the performance that that's doing and the help that's providing as well. Next item is Grow Young Readers. So we were thankful the Washoe County Manager's Office gave an impact award for our early literacy program that we provide. We've also expanded our year-round Kids Cafe. So it used to be a program with the food bank that we did just over the summertime. We'd have library programs, but at noontime, we'd provide a meal that the food bank would provide every day. Now we're doing that in the fall, in the winter, and the spring school intersessions as well. For people who don't know about the Kids Cafe, when kids are on reduced lunch during the school year, school lets out, now they no longer have access to lunch at the local libraries and other locations. Now they have access during the intersessions as well. So more Young Readers, this mostly get to brag about all of our awards. The National Association of Counties awarded both the Quad and our Kids Cafe programs Achievement Awards in the spring of 2019. Washoe County also gave us an impact award for a quality public service for the summer lunch program. As a United Way board member, coordination with the library, the Nevada Reading Coalition that we are a partner with is now a pace setter organization. So that's organizations and nonprofits all across Northern Nevada, providing resources for early literacy to get kids ready for school. And then we have the Explorer brochure now 4 times a year. So instead of just a summer reading brochure, you can get that 4 times a year. We have our spring brochure coming out this week. So we encourage you to stop by your local library and pick one up. We have the items Express Creativity. We launched a virtual reality program as part of the State Library project. So we have Oculus Go's that you can do with outreach, so it just has the headset. We have the HTC Vive that has the handset that goes with it, so you can be completely immersed into a virtual reality environment. The next phase we have right now is the Oculus Quest, which provides the headset and then the 2 hands with it, so it is more mobile. So when we do our outreach programs, you can get more of an immersive experience One of the outreaches we did with the Washoe County School District is talking about the science curriculum, which is the next phase of the virtual reality project. So as you're researching science topics, you're thinking about dinosaurs, you can walk with the dinosaurs, you can look at dinosaur fossils, all in the virtual reality environment. Some libraries are doing programs with hospitals, medical schools, where they're going to do provide dialysis, kidney dialysis. It's not the first time they're talking to a patient. They can do it virtually. They can feel more comfortable in that environment. So it provides a lot of workplace skills that we're developing at a young age, but also for adults as well. We launched our 3D printer program as well, so people can put in an item, and then we can 3D print it for them as part of our quad project, so they can come in. One of the great things about the quad that we do with the vinyl printer is that you can design a graphic or a brand, and then have it cut out and have it steamed to a bag or a shirt. It was very successful when we had our Halloween program. People came in and they got the glow-in-the-dark stickers on their bags, so it was very big. So as they're going Halloween and trick-or-treating, they have a way they to be easily seen by passersby on the street. Okay, Know Your Community. We did some advocacy this year. It's a legislative session. So I was the Nevada Library Association president for 2019. So that allowed me to do more activity to protect librarian positions throughout the state. We did advocacy for the state library, and we got $422,000 from the state. That's permanent funding that goes back to every library in the state. An example of how that trickles back to Washoe County is that typically the state library give us $7,000 for collection development every year. As a result of this funding, now we'll get $21,000 every year for collection development purposes. And this enhances our ebook collection that we have, among other services. We also advocate for school librarian positions in our schools. Important to have those kinds of research and media literacy that they provide that no one else can do in a school district. And then we also held our conference downtown at the Renaissance Hotel, November 3rd and the 4th. So that brought in over 100 librarians from across the state, and also $40,000 towards the Renaissance and other amenities downtown. So it's great to host a conference here. Reno is a great conference town. Everyone had a really good time, lots of good feedback. And financial support, we'll get to that in the next agenda item. Friends of Washoe County Library provide over $100,000 every year for the past few years to Washoe County Library to support various programs, technology, summer reading, books, marketing and training, the Summer Reading Explorer brochure as long results of the Friends providing that kind of support. It's one of our biggest supporters for services in Washoe County. A breakdown of us kind of support that we get is Washoe County provides 80% of our budget. We get 20% of that budget from our special property tax, and about 2% of our budget comes from public fundraising. Majority is with the Friends of the Washoe County Library. So upcoming items, we are installing our automated material handler. That's a multi-year process that we've done. We've installed RFID in the last few years. The AMH program now will be at South Valley's and Sparks Library. They'll automate a lot of the services, come to the check-in, be able to put your book inside, and it'll automatically be checked in and then sorted for our library staff to come in and then be able to put it back on the shelves, saving a lot of time, allows us to do more outreach, more programs, more services, and it's very convenient. The kids like to watch how it goes back to a little conveyor belt as well, so that's fun. We're working with jail library services as well with the detention centers. Deputy Steers is working with the main jail and also the juvenile detention centers to enhance library services for inmates for those locations. We're also working in bookmobile services, doing a possible pilot at Incline Village. We have a new strategic plan we're starting to plan near the end of midway through this year, which includes a new funding strategy, developing a feedback loop with the public. That'll start with the leadership team retreat, increased recognition for staff members, diversity service teams. We're hoping that we can find more fundraising or more support for Sparks Library, Northwest Library renovations. New North Valley's Library is on the capital improvement project plan for Washoe County, so hopefully we'll see that in the next few years. This year we're doing something new with census support. So as you know, every 10 years we do official census to do the count. That census is important. I think we've had other presentations on that. The importance of that is every person that's counted provides more funding, federal funding that we get from the federal government and other resources. I think that one of the talking points is every person that's counted is $20,000 more for the state of Nevada to provide services for the public. We're enhancing that at the Washoe County Library because now for the first time you can do the census online. So you can come into the public library in April and then use our computers and fills your census out that way. It makes it where it's more convenient for rural areas. We have libraries in Verdi, libraries in Gerlach. If you can't get to, you don't have good internet access at home, this allows you to provide census support and do it that way. So we have a lot of training from the governor's office, from state officials. We had a presentation last Thursday with their manager team meeting talking about the importance of the census. So we're ready to go in April once census starts to get activated. And then we're also early voting. So again, the general and the primary were early voting locations, but this year we did the early voting and the caucusing for the Democratic Party, and that had a really great outpouring of support. In Washoe County Libraries, we had 12,000 people early vote in our libraries, which represents 17% of the total overall statewide early vote, which I think is really impressive that the library staff were able to step up and provide that kind of support. If you were following that online, there are great pictures of people waiting in line, and it's great because you think about the people are waiting for hours to vote, and they're very happy for doing that. So it's not a ride at Disneyland, but they're very happy to be there. We had to manage a lot of situations where lines would snake through the entire of the library. We had Downtown Reno Library at the auditorium. It went the length of the building and wrapped around the stacks. Northwest Library had, over 400 people at one time, and parking was on the street everywhere. And we had to snake the line all the way through the stacks several times to do that. But the library staff were great. They're very cheery. They're very accommodating to people waiting in line, providing assistance. And it was a great overall experience, I think, for people as well. So very happy about that. So that's my presentation. Thank you for taking the time to listen to that, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Berg, Madam Vice Chair.
I'd just say thank you. Very thorough report and good information for us. I know we get a lot of questions from constituents regarding the libraries and especially the downtown library. So thank you very much for all the good information.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Holland, you want to take over for your report, sir?
Sure, thank you. Our next agenda item is the Friends of the Washoe County Library, and if they'd like to come up, we'll have a quick presentation and acknowledge their generosity and their service to the library system.
Introduce you? I wanted to just take a quick moment. Jeff Scott, Library Director, Washoe County Library. Thank you. I wanted to thank the Friends for all their support. The Friends of Washoe County Library is supporting the library for over 40 years now. So it's really great to see that support every year. The fundraising they do is really outstanding. The book sales that they do 5 or 6 times a year raise $15,000 to $20,000 every sale, and that goes back to the library. So as I mentioned in the presentation, you have summer reading programs, marketing brochure, summer reading brochure that we have, books, technology. We wouldn't be able to do what we do every summer without Friends of Washoe County Library. So I wanted to thank them and invite them up to say a few words.
Are you going to say a few words, Dan?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Dan Irwin. I'm the president of the Friends of Washoe County Library. We're a tight-knit organization, but we're actually a number of little groups. We have the Book Sale Steering Committee, which is a fancy name for the people that lug all those books around that you buy at our sales. I'm the chair of the board of the Washoe County Library. And then there's, of course, you folks, the Board of Trustees. And, of course, I'd like to thank the county commissioners who have been very supportive of all our efforts and have been most helpful. And I guess that's about all. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody. Absolutely. Trustee Stos.
I just wanted to say that I think the Friends of the Library are the most enthusiastic committee I have ever seen. You may have been to board meetings where maybe 2 or 3 participate in the entire meeting. These people, their meetings are exciting and they're coming up with new ideas and doing things. And I just want to thank you for all that you do for the board.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the county commissioners? Commissioner Jung? Being the
Well,
avid.
it would be a rare day that I wouldn't comment on how much I love the Friends of Washoe County Library, and and also the Washoe County Library system. I have donated a whole car full of books, and there's probably 5 more cars full of books in my home. I've decided to be done with the books that I know I'll never reread. It used to be a badge of honor, right? My whole house was covered with books, every wall, and now it's just eating us. It's too much. Books are hard to move because they're so heavy. So I've been making a quarterly run to the Friends in that back area of your library at Sierra View and unloading my books with wonderful volunteers, young and old alike. And you've done me a rich solid by taking those books, and then the library does me and my family a much better solid because now I can rent my books and take them back, and they are not piling up in our home. So I can't say enough about what the quality of life, how much it is enhanced by having a fabulous library system and also a wonderful nonprofit that for 40 years won't let us slide down in the ranks of other areas that we are known to slide down in. And I say that single-handedly from the Friends. So, and I mean, look at, these are all public servants. I mean, everybody at some way or another worked as public servants, and they can't stop even after they retire. So you are my heroes and sheroes because you make life in Washoe County that much more enhanced, and you keep the very important, what I think is important to democracy and very American, and that is everybody is entitled to information. So thank you. I am standing on broad shoulders, and I know it, and I'll never quit championing for you or our county library. So thank you so very much. And I'm still a member of the Friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. You know, I actually want, you know, the Friends of Washoe County Library have been, and since my tenure here at Washoe County, are the one group consistently, year after year, that have been committed to our library system and have donated so heavily every year through your book sales and your dedication to the community. Commissioner Jung's right. You do a lion's share of the work and truly provide a true level of democracy for many people who may not have that opportunity. And just through your generous donations, not just the outreach and the community availability that you allow for us to provide, but the kids, the next generation that you're allowing to grow and participate in issues that they may not be experiencing in their home is tremendous. Through technology and the programs that your donations allow the library system to participate in, I can't thank you enough. So from this commissioner, I want to thank the Friends of Washoe for your continued year after year support and dedication to our library system. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? All right. So Trustee Holland.
You're here.
Yeah, with that, I have the honor of asking for a motion to accept the donation from the Friends of the Washoe County Library. And a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, again, we thank you guys for everything. You're awesome.
Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
We need to call for public comment on that.
Oh,
on
I'm
that
sorry.
last item.
Thank you. Yes, was there any public comment signed in on that, Madam Clerk, that item?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, thank you. So before you leave, can we take a quick recess and take a picture with the library trustees and everybody? Let's recess really briefly, and we'll meet everybody down here in the well and take a picture.
take one more. Here we go. And in 3, 2. There we go.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate you indulging us in that. So I will turn this back over to Trustee Holland.
Okay, our final agenda item is any comments from the public.
There's nobody signed in. Do we have no public comment signed in? All right, Mr. Holland, you are allowed to adjourn your meeting.
I have a quick.
Oh, yes.
Quick, I
Commissioner
have
Jung.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to do this every time I get the chance because I think it is so very important. And what happened in New York City yesterday was so very important to the movement as well. But again, I'm talking about Harvey Weinstein. Again, I have to champion and announce that we are being graced up here at the dais by the very first female Washoe County Commissioner, Madam Jean Stoss, and she has a word she would like to say, Mr. Chairman, if that is okay.
Yes,
she
absolutely.
is quite the revolutionary to me in Washoe County.
Ms. Stoss.
I think somewhere in this building is a long row of photographs of old white men with beards. And then when you get to 1977, there's a picture of this young woman that was wondering, now what do I do, when she joined the board. And I just wanted to say that the disparity here is very different. I'm glad to see all the different people on the board. And I forgot what I was going to say. But anyway, that happens when you hit my age. Oh, I also like all your new electronic toys. We didn't have anything like this.
It's the only thing that keeps us running, Jean, from day to day. I mean, I don't know how you guys did it back then, I tell you that.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Well, the
Yes.
first,
Hold on a second.
Go right ahead. No,
I was
go
going
right
to
ahead.
say the first row of seats was about 2 feet away.
Things have probably changed a little bit.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I
Madam
think it's
Vice Chair.
appropriate to give Ms. Stoss a standing ovation because she is the best of the best.
Yes. Here, here.
Well, thank you. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you.
Ms. Stoss, as my colleagues has pointed out, Commissioner, you have served us long, for many, many years, not only as a commissioner, now as a board of trustee, and have been committed to this county for decades. And we want to thank you for your continued service and commitment to Washoe County.
I even have a son who's been on the been a sheriff's deputy for 17 years.
I mean, the Stoss family is, let me just tell you, the dedication from the Stoss family is tremendous. So with that, we want to thank the Library Board of Trustees for joining us today and participating in our joint meeting. And we will allow you to get on with your days. Yeah, so we'll take a quick recess and we'll let everybody change it. I'm sorry. I'm jumping right ahead here. Go ahead, Trustee Hall.
Take it.
No, you're ahead.
Again, we would like to thank the county commissioners for letting us attend today, too. This was an honor to us. We really enjoyed this. And with that, I will accept the motion to adjourn our meeting, our library meeting.
Oh, it looks like I'm going to do that. Okay, so I move that we adjourn.
That's what the vice chair does.
Yeah, that's it.
Second? Amy? All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Thank you again for letting us attend.
Thank you, trustees. We appreciate it. We'll be in a brief recess and we'll be right back.
Should roll
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you bearing with us with that. So we'll now jump back. We are back in session. We are on to item 7. And as our county manager returns, Mr. Manager, we are on to agenda 7.
Item number 7, Commissioner and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
All right. Mr. Manager, do you have anything this morning?
I do have a few updates for the board. First of all, I'd just like to report that last week I think we took another major step forward in the collaboration with our friends in Reno and Sparks on the development of a regional homelessness plan. We actually entered into an agreement with Built for Zero. The Reno and Sparks have both agreed to participate, and we're planning to put together a team to send to the first workshop, which will occur in April. So I'll have future updates on that. Secondly, we do have, at the request of, I believe, Commissioner Burke-Bigler, we do have the Family Court planning to come on March 10th for an update on what their plans are as far as expansion. And we also, last week, as I'm sure most of you, all of you are aware, held 2 public meetings regarding the lands bill. They gave the public the opportunity to review the materials and provide input, and that input is now being processed to determine what the next steps are and the timing. And then last but not least, many of the commissioners have requested that we take another look at the Citizens Advisory Board structure, and we plan to be in front of the commission next month with a proposal on that. That would conclude my remarks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I have Madam Vice Chair signed in. Madam Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've just 2 things that relate to voter and the polls and everything that's coming up. So I would say that there has been a meeting between some individuals who are concerned about some potential fraud in the last election. Mr. Manager has been very great at handling that and taking that issue on. And so there was a meeting between Jean and I and the manager and some of those people. And so that is going on. But I wanted to just make a point of 2 things. One was there was a national study done on voter fraud in the last election and the issues that are coming up related to voter fraud this year. And they came up with 3 really, I think, important issues that should be important for us to get on the record as we look at moving into this next election. The first issue is that more voters are coming to vote than are people who are registered in individual given districts. And that's called, well, it's called phony voter registration. So, and I know that Commissioner Herman has evidence that she's actually seeing that in her own residence, where people who don't live at her home are registering to vote at her home. And that is a #1 issue in the nation, #1 issue in the nation, and that is people who are not registered to vote are voting in America. Whether they're citizens who just didn't register or whatever the thing is, they're doing that. The second thing that's really important, and I think this is a thing that worries me a great deal, because I actually, in my last election, was poll watching, had people poll watching at 3 polls, and we actually saw this happen, and that is ballot solicitation. And so what ballot solicitation basically is people go and collect ballots from people who are in nursing homes or people who can't get there, can't get to the polls, and they take these in and they hand them in as voters. And then the second part of that is that people are picking people up in buses and all that, and thank God we have people who do that. But as they get off the bus, someone is standing there actually handing a ballot to them that's a pre-marked ballot, and that's what they're voting, is a pre-marked ballot. That's the second issue in the entire country. So we're not really worried about Russians getting involved in our election. We're worried about fraud in America and things that are going on in America. And I thought this study was so interesting because it applies to a lot of things that we see. And third, interestingly enough, that a lot of people would think this is first, but technically it's third, and that is voting by non-citizens. And that's registration, I mean, that's going in and voting by people who actually are not citizens of America. We had one of the discussions that we had at this meeting that we held was that there was a Canadian female who was being pressured to go and vote even though she votes in Canada. So we know that kind of thing is actually happening here in our own community. And I thought it was really important for us to take a very close look at these issues and make sure that we are honest and straightforward and doing the right thing for our citizens as we go to the polls. And then the last thing I have on this is I have had a request brought to me that they don't know, some of the gaming properties are interested in having polls located in their non-gaming areas. So as an example, you would say maybe GSR downstairs where they have their stores and stuff, but it would then give all of their employees and people who are staying in their hotels who are residents the opportunity to go down and vote. And so they have asked why they can't have polling stations in their casinos. I don't know the answer to that, but Mr. Manager, I would just put that on the table as something that you could probably look into for us. And with that, I say thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Commissioner Herman.
Mr. Chair, I was talking to a lady that is on the cab in Sun Valley, and she came up with an idea that might help us to finance some of the cleanup and the ditch cleaning and that sort of thing in Sun Valley, and for old cars and junk. And so she came up with the idea that since Sun Valley has 2 marijuana facilities, and there's quite a bit of money coming in from that she suggested that we maybe help the sheriff, that would give us an ability to help our sheriff to supply funding for doing this work in Sun Valley. The second item is Washoe County still is recorded as being a sanctuary county, and funding could stop if we don't get that changed. So I talked to the sheriff about it, and he's been kind of trying to find out how we go about doing that. And so I think it's a great idea if we do that, because I'd hate to see our federal funding come to a abrupt stop. And then just something that somebody told me, and they showed me in a document about our county, that a county is bound to protect all citizens. And she said, you need to say that at a meeting, so I did. So, and I believe that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to let the board know that there will be a special meeting called by the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Advisory Board. That is this Thursday at 9:30 a.m., and it's about the corporatization of animal abuse and what the county can do with that. Additionally, I am going to a shared federal framework joint meeting, potentially going on a trip in April with Story County, City of Reno, City of Sparks, Virginia City. I can't remember the rest of the people, but it's really supposedly taking a regional approach. RTC has organized it. I don't think that they're paying for it. I do think they should, or the RSCBA, or the Chamber of Commerce, because they actually picked the date of the Cherry Blossom Festival, so you can imagine what the expenses are during that time. I mean, DC is ridiculous anyways for a hotel stay. I think that they gouge us every single time they can, but I am planning on going to that, so I need some feedback from this board of what we can work on as a region rather than our own individual measures. I did ask at the last meeting when we got together, and I don't know, and I had to leave early. I do not know, to what extent we have debriefed and did an autopsy of what worked and what didn't last time we presented all this. My biggest complaint is the interstate. We did nothing to move the dial for the interstate coming through Reno. Instead, it went through Fernley, who had nothing to do with us when we went to the shared federal framework. So what I'm asking for from our advisors is what's reasonable to expect, what's something we can actually get a win for, and then is that worth going back there? Is that necessary as well? So that's kind of where we are, but I will be at another meeting. If you have any ideas, let me know offline or up here, I don't care. We also have a Open Space and Parks Commission meeting next week and a Senior Services Advisory Board next week, which I serve on both of those boards. So those are announcements of what is up and coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. I do want to make one comment that I have. We are joined this morning, still this morning, with our Emergency Management Officer, Aaron Keniston. And I want to acknowledge Mr. Keniston. He has been organizing a trip to FEMA for an integrated emergency management course, and it's a regional course that he has organized. We are taking officials, elected officials, staff from every entity, emergency responders to participate in a organization or course that FEMA is providing, and only a couple counties are allowed to do this course. They only offer it twice a year, and Washoe County and our region get to participate this. And so I'd like to acknowledge his leadership and ability to organize such a level of training for our region. It shows our commitment to the region, as Commissioner Jung was just pointing out. I mean, it's our dedication when tragedy hits. How do we operate? And we have seen that EOC stand up a number of times when we've had a number of tragedies. And it's helpful for our staff and our policymakers and everybody to participate and really understand what their roles may be if a tragedy is to occur. And so, Mr. Keniston, I want to thank you for your time and energy that you've put into that, and good luck in Emmitsburg next month, and hopefully the training goes perfectly. We're rooting for you. We have had a number of changes as at RTC. Commissioner Hartung and I, as the representatives, we did offer a new director, which is Mr. Bill Thomas. He will be hopefully joining us when the board meets next month to ratify, but we held a special meeting on February 13th to interview candidates. We had a very an unbelievable host of candidates that presented and interviewed in front of the board. It's tremendous to know the type of education and experience that we are granted with here in Washoe County. So with that, we're excited that hopefully Mr. Thomas will be joining us to lead the RTC. Other than that, I have no other updates from my boards that are coming up, but other than Commissioner Herman, myself, and Hartung, Manager Brown, and our recorder, Kaylee Work, will be traveling to Washington, D.C. this weekend to participate in the NACO National Legislative Conference, where we will be meeting with the delegation and members on the Hill and talking with our regional partners and state partners about issues as it pertains to county and legislation that works for Washoe County. So we're looking forward to that, looking forward to having those discussions with all of our statewide partners as it pertains to state of Nevada issues and national issues at the federal level. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to acknowledge once again there was a beautiful service for Mayor Bob Cashell last week, and there were more people there than I can begin to enumerate. Family, of course, many friends, many colleagues of Mayor Cashell, extremely well attended, and it was just a very, very beautiful service. And the party afterwards. And the part that I actually very much enjoyed was when Rob Cashell, Bob's son, asked for a standing ovation, and it went on and on and on for Mayor Cashell. So it was a very, very touching service. I'd like to ask the sheriff if it is possible to get some information on the accident that was on Pyramid Highway several weeks back that was at David James and Pyramid. I'd just like to have some information. Hopefully, we can determine the cause of that accident. And then, Mr. Manager, we had a conversation earlier about having the possibility of having a regional response to PTSD for our first responders. And I know the sheriff and his executive team have talked about this, but what I'd like to do is just get an idea as to how we can lead this process where it doesn't matter what agency you're dealing with, whether it's an agency within Washoe County, an agency within the city of Reno, an agency within the city of Sparks, agencies that respond, even our sister county, Story County, and of course the state. How do we have this collective regional response for a team that can work with first responders, regardless of the field that they work in? And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually forgot that the Health District has put together a program for any chance that we end up with coronavirus here in this area. And so they have a health plan that they will activate and get in place right away. And so I just think it's a good idea to put it on the record for any citizens who are out there who might be listening to this, that if you have concerns or questions about how that might be handled in the event we get that virus here in this area, please call the Health District and they can provide you with all the documentation and the information on how everything will be handled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. One last thing for me as well, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Sheriff Balaam and all of his staff, Under Sheriff Yarbrough. There was a number of staff that participated in Mayor Cashell's funeral service, and I want to thank you for your time and energy and your staff's commitment to that service. You did it was a phenomenal job, and please thank your sheriffs and deputies on our behalf. Also, one other thing from the standpoint of RSCVA, but our Sheriff Balaam, we are currently entertaining the Western States Sheriffs here in Reno, Nevada this week, and our own sheriff opened that, along with me yesterday, got to open that meeting, and they will be here all week discussing issues and public safety issues in the 17 Western states that participate in that organization. It's tremendous what they're doing and how they're approaching different things and different needs, whether it's rural or urban. And so, Sheriff Balaam, thank you again for all your dedication and time and commitment that you've given not only to this county, but obviously to many associations outside of this region. So with that, last call. We're going once, twice. All right, we're closed. We'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, we're on to our item 8, our consent agenda.
Okay, we have items 8A through 8F for consent. And I'll start with 8A.
Well, you don't have to read them.
Oh, that's right.
You don't have to read these.
I'm sorry. These are consent.
Yeah. Are there any items in the consent agenda that any of the commissioners would like to have a discussion on?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hartung.
Not really a discussion, but just the acknowledgement of item 8E3 and how important these kinds of items are for the safety of our community. And I thank the board in advance for supporting that item.
Great. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We do have a correction on the minutes. Item 12, the motion was referenced as item 10 and not 12, so we will correct that for the record.
So you will amend the minutes to reflect the change?
To reflect the change.
All right. So thank you, Commissioner Hartung, for making that acknowledgement for the Sheriff's Office. I have a motion from Madam Vice Chair. Do I have a second? I have a second. Do I have any public comment on any items? I'm not seeing any on my level either. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block vote for us today?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. I would propose that we put into a block vote item number 10, with the comment that this is again, another project for Lake Tahoe clarity, extremely important. And item 11, where I would also comment that this is moving forward on dispatch. Yay, we discussed that earlier, and we're really excited about this. And so I would suggest we put number 11 into a block vote, also number 13 and number 14.
All right, so I have a motion for a block vote of items 10, 11, 13, and 14. Do I have a second? I have a second. Mr. Manager, would you like to read those, please?
Certainly. Item 10, recommendation to accept and approve a non-point source grant program, 319H, subgrant agreement from the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection for the Lower Wood Creek Phase 1 Water Quality Improvement Project in the amount of $200,000 with match in the amount of $280,000 for the period, the date, the subgrant agreement to be approved by the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection through March 31st, 2022, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Community Services. Item 11, recommendation to approve the reclassification of 2 vacant part-time legal secretary positions, pay grade 1, to 1 full-time office assistant, 2, pay grade E, juvenile services, 2 vacant senior licensed engineers, pay grade RS to licensed engineers, pay grade QR, CSD, and the creation of 6 full-time positions with the new job classification of communications call taker, pay grade G, and 1 full-time position with the new job classification of communications center manager, pay grade R, Sheriff's Office, as evaluated by the Job Evaluation Committee, and authorize Human Resources to make the necessary changes. Net annual fiscal impact is estimated at $594,043, Human Resources. Item 13, recommendation to approve the reimbursement of costs incurred by the City of Reno in the amount of $1,255.95, City of Sparks, $254,876, Washoe County School District, $54,984, and departments of Washoe County, $71,154.22 for expenses related to and in support of the enhanced 911 emergency response system and portable and vehicular event recording devices, and recommended by the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee for a total amount not to exceed $382,270.17, as specified within the adopted Enhanced 911 Funds FY20 operating budget, tech services. Item number 14, recommendation to approve the Entrado change order dated December 12, 2019 to service order for power LVR services signed December 22nd, 2014 between Washoe County and Entrado Life and Safety, Inc. for the upgrade of the current Variant voice recording solution to Variant's V15 2 voice recording solution for the 3 public safety answering points, PSAPs, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, not to exceed $633,600 to be paid as 60 monthly payments of $10,560. Total expenditures to be funded within the adopted operating budget of the E911 Fund, Tech Services.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any discussion on these items? All right. Madam Clerk, are there any public comment?
There's no public comment signed
All
in.
right. Seeing no public comment, I do have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And we're maybe placing our votes or no? No. No, we're not doing it on the system this one? Okay. All right. So we are not doing this one on the system. All right. So the motion carries unanimously with all votes, all 5 commissioners voting. All right. Mr. Manager, we are back to item 9. This is an introduction and first reading.
Okay. Item 9. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110, Development Code, Article 406, Building Placement Standards, to add a new section, Commercial and Industrial Building Placement Standards, which will allow for variance or modification of the building placement standards, including setbacks, minimum lot size, or minimum lot width for commercial and industrial regulatory zone parcels in conjunction with the approval of a special use permit or tentative subdivision map applicable to the subject property, and without the need of a file a separate application for a variance or modification, provided that the standards to be varied or modified are included in the notice for the hearing on the special use permit or tentative map application, and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. If supported, set the public hearing for second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance for March 10th, 2020, Community Services.
And Madam Clerk, can I get a bill number?
This will be bill number 1833. And I will need somebody to introduce it.
Looking for an
Mr. Chair.
introduction. Madam Vice Chair.
I would introduce Bill 1853 with a possible adoption ordinance for the date of March 10th, 2020.
Mr. Chair, that's Bill 1833.
33.
Sorry, 1833.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have public comment signed in on that?
There's no one signed in.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no public comment, we will move on to item 12. Mr. Manager.
Item number 12, recommendation to discuss and obtain direction regarding the development of the Washoe County Arts Commission Manager's Office. And Kate Thomas is here to speak to that.
Welcome, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Good morning for 2 more minutes. I am here to kick off the efforts to establish and gain some direction around a Washoe County Arts Commission. As you are well aware, Washoe County has been stepping forward into the arts organization realm with the Art Trail, very successful endeavor that we have been working on. And I don't know how many of you have noticed the new mural that's downtown on the side of a Washoe County facility. Beautiful piece by Eric Burke. So as we become a little bit more engaged in the arts, I think it was prudent that the commissioners suggested that we explore establishing an arts commission. So here I am seeking information and input on some areas, 4 main areas, to bring forward in the form of a resolution so that we can adopt this commission and move forward with appointments and get it going. So in your staff report, I outlined 4 areas: staff, commission size, budget, and objective. The areas that we like a little bit of input from this policy body on before we bring forward a resolution. So as you know, arts councils provide various services, including sponsoring festivals, showcasing the work of local artists, hosting exhibits, concert performances, sponsoring arts workshops, and facilitating professional development services to existing arts organizations. They can also award grants to local artists or to maintain an inventory of public art and just support generally artists in general. So when we're considering a Washoe County Arts Commission, we are looking at having that supported internally by existing staff at the onset. We don't really have extra staff laying around here at the county. I know a lot of local jurisdictions are suffering with that issue. So we're recommending utilizing existing staff in the manager's office to get the Arts Commission established. And then we can work towards, in the future, a dedicated staff resource as the program grows and we get direction from that body, and perhaps consider combining it with special events programming, things like that. But on the onset, we are recommending that it be absorbed by staff efforts in the manager's office if that's something that the commission is amenable to. So I can go through all of them, or we can talk about them individually.
Madam Vice Chair, Madam.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really excited about this. This is a great project, I think very important to us, because we have a lot of various art pieces, and I'm not sure we all know what all we have that's considered art. I mean, this is not part of the parks. This is something different. I mean, if you've not had the opportunity to stand back and look at that beautiful mural, oh my goodness, it's fabulous. I actually stood there for about an hour looking at the different flowers on it. It's fabulous. But at any rate, I just would point out, and I know that some of the other commissioners have comments or questions, but I would point out that I think staffing it through the manager's office is a good way to start it. We want to start it on a small, slower level. We don't have the budget to jump into it as the City of Reno or the City of Sparks with a $200,000 budget. We just don't have that. I think a commission size of 5, that would be 1 person appointed from each commissioner, is a good idea. And so I would support that. I did, from my, at our last meeting, from my discretionary funds, I believe we donated $8,500. 8,800 to start this and to get this program up and running. So that gives us something to start it with. And I would think that the first objective of this is for these new commissioners who are appointed to actually take a look at what we have that's art here. Look at our art trail, look at the various different things we have that's art, and compile it so we know what art we have, and that we can then make that presentation to our staff and to our constituents, because this is such an important issue. It's, as this community grows, art becomes a major part of the growth that people who are coming into this community want to see. And so I'm very, very excited about this project, and would really like to see it get started. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones, I have you signed in next.
Yeah, my staff report isn't complete. I get to page 2 of 3. I don't know if you have the same. At the bottom, it just drops off. I don't know. It says the overall Arts, Culture, and Special Events Office, which within the Office of the City Manager includes 2 full-time and takes me to page 3 with another paragraph.
We'll
So
have
I
to
don't
check
know
that
what
out.
this.
It looks like there's only 1 sentence missing, but yeah, I'll have to check it in the system, see what happened. Looks like
Well,
it got cut off.
I'd like to know what it says.
So it's the overall Arts, Culture, and Special Events Office within the Office of the County Manager, and it's referencing the City of Reno. It includes 2 full-time staff members, and it also has some art technical specialists that do the hanging of the art in the gallery and so forth. So it was just talking about those.
That's what the sentence says?
I'm sorry?
Can you read me exactly what the sentence says?
I have the same copy you do. I pulled it offline, so I don't have
Didn't you write this?
I'm sorry?
Did you write this?
I did. It looks like it got
No,
cut
it
off.
doesn't fill in, though. She said there's technical and other staff that's not here.
It's for the City of Reno,
Mine's
yeah.
not in the margins.
We'll make sure we get you one that isn't cut off, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have a different staff report.
That's not a recommendation
I have
to
a
us.
question. Well, it doesn't matter. I would like all the information.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so then you say, above that, there is a general fund allocation from the City of Reno. How much?
So they use the room tax to allocate towards various pieces of the program.
It says that, and it says from room tax, and there is a general fund allocation. How much?
The general fund supports the staff. So they've got physical space, they've got the 2 staff members, so varies every year, but I can pull those numbers if
I'd
you'd
like to know how much they're giving there. And then, as well as public art dedication also for room tax. So is that also come from that 200,000, or is that a different funding source?
So
And more
that
funds?
also, the 200,000 from the room tax is for the public art dedication. They also get some other support from room tax. Their budget is kind of convoluted because they've got staff, they've got grants, they've got physical space, they've got the support for the commission, they've got the money that they do, also special events is wrapped in there. So what I can do is provide a memo that breaks out their entire budget. I just thought, for the purposes of this discussion, I gave you the $200,000 to show what they had started with when they set up their arts commission.
And you're saying that the city of Sparks also has a $200,000 arts budget?
Yeah, so the city of Sparks also facilitates their investment in the arts with a room tax allocation. They do $20,000 annually from usage fees, and then they did a one-time $150,000 allocation from the tourism. The steering committee donated the money to support the arts as under the tourism guise. So they've got a pretty
robust.
robust.
Is that general fund, or where does that money come from?
The room tax?
So the Tourism Facility and Revitalization Steering Committee is room tax funded?
No, the Tourism Facility and Revitalization Steering Committee gave the allocation towards the arts.
But where do they get their funding? Why does Sparks get credit for that? Who does Sparks Tourism Facility and Revitalization Steering Committee get money from?
My understanding is they get some of it from room tax, because they get a larger allocation of room tax based on the number of rooms and facilities within the urban areas.
So doesn't Reno also have a tourism facility and revitalization tax as well?
They don't have that committee. Reno doesn't have that specific committee.
But they get the funding from it?
From the room tax.
Just like Sparks gets the funding from the room tax. What do we get for room tax?
We're projected to get about $437,000 in this fiscal year from room tax. We got $425,000 last year.
And what do we use it for?
It goes into the general fund. It's one of our revenue sources.
There's a revenue source. That just gets dumped in the general fund and doesn't get prioritized. So there, if you're looking for a revenue source, there is, but I need more of this, I need more detail of, I mean, if Sparks started this in 2016, I'd like to know from 2016, Reno and Sparks, all of this broken down, how much, where it goes, what's the committees, et cetera. And then further, I think, rather than us trying to, I don't know, match these people, copy them, I'm not sure what the goal is here, why don't we have a joint meeting with those, the two bodies and say, where does Washoe County need to fill in the blanks? We know the art trail is one that we spearheaded, but you know, we also give money to Art Town. We give money to the balloon race. So we're already doing arts and culture. We don't have it under a specific commission who is embodying and really on top of what the art needs are. So I think we need way more information than this. And of course, I support an arts commission, but I think we could do a whole lot better of taking however much, $200,000 a piece and whatever our money is, and in some way be a lot more efficient rather than these separate boards and commissions and meetings that cost staff time, and get out of that realm and get more into actually doing something with it. So, and I think we have the room, we have $430,000 in room tax. I mean, frankly, we should be paying the most in that, considering we get the most money for that. And I don't like it dumped in the general fund. I think that every time things get dumped in the general fund, we never know where they go to. So we need a broader discussion about room tax, frankly, and where that should be going and how it should be used. And then finally, again, a joint meeting with these, since you guys want to meet with them about fire, we should put that on the agenda as well. What can we do? What can Washoe County do in the arts? It might be giving them money for their existing arts commissions to do bigger projects and more reach into the unincorporated counties. Because Art Town, while trying to be countywide, has a real difficult time getting out into our more rural frontier neighborhoods because that takes more money, more time. But I would argue that's where we need more arts and culture, is out in these frontier areas where people don't have the bus routes, they don't have the ability to avail themselves to the downtown of Reno. While the downtown is very important for Art Town, I think we could help expand their mission rather than, and I don't think that we're saying to compete with them, but I would rather us work pulling together than being separate silos, as so often we do in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Commissioner Jung makes some valid points, and I don't think the goal here is to compete with the City of Reno or the City of Sparks on a monetary level or any other level. Our goal here is we really don't know everything for certain that we support. Our town is a good example. We put money into our town. There are events held at Rancho, at Bartley Ranch and at Rancho San Rafael during these events, and we're not getting credit for that. And I think it's important, and that's what started this whole thing in the first place. The assistant county manager and Thomas and I were at an event, and Reno got credit for art stuff that they do, and Sparks got credit for art stuff that they do, and the county was just sort of there and not being recognized for all the stuff we do. And that's really what started this from my perspective, and why I decided to put the 8,800 into, from my budget into getting this up and running, so that we can have a commission that can work directly with the two commissions from the two cities. And so that was really the logic behind this, and why we wanted to have our own commission, to really do a complete review of what we have that we consider art, not parks. Different item, but what we consider art here in Washoe County and where Washoe County expends money. So that was the logic behind doing this.
Thank you. Yeah, we did sit down with both of their staffs. One was a phone call, and made sure we were complementary to the efforts of the cities of Reno and Sparks versus competition. So they were very excited about the fact that we were going to be sort of adding to the layers of art support within the community. So I think it would be a good addition.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have my concerns, I guess, as I look at the Arts Commission. I agree with Commissioner Jung in the sense that if we're going to bring in revenue from room tax and utilize it for art and for the intent of broadening the community and allowing for projects, art projects, when we start developing an art commission, I see wasted money to staff time and a commission and in this drawn-out process. What I'd like to do, because currently, from my understanding, as events and art projects, they're handled currently through CSD jointly with the manager's office. Is that correct?
So events, yes. Arts, really, the art trail's handled out of the manager's office right now through the grants program.
So it doesn't really have a home, so to speak?
It's not central,
because
yeah.
we really haven't identified. But realistically, we have the ability, this commission, instead of getting a commissioner to represent us on the Arts Commission, we represent our districts. I mean, why have a separate commission to discuss art as we see it within our community? Because what I would like to do is spend every dollar that we put forward towards this into projects that are going to be specifically utilized. To waste it on more commission meetings, and that's a waste of money to me. And so I don't want to see an arts commission that just meets to talk about what art is going to look like. I just want to identify a process, how money is going to come in, how we're going to utilize the money for the arts, and how we're going to spend it efficiently, and have that come to this board and have it from this board's discussion of how we move forward. Because each one of these commissioners participate in CAB meetings, community meetings, and different things like that, and have a clear understanding of what their districts want. So from my standpoint, I'd like to see the commission be this commission, not a subsequent commission. I have no problem with the staff being within the manager's office and having somebody identified to manage the projects. And then the budget, as we talk about the budget, yeah, it has to be a wholly discussion about room tax and about how that's spent, what the process is to identify, are we going to commingle those funds so that they go for events? Or is it going to stay out? Is it just going to be for art? I think there has to be some clarification there to what we'll use those dollars for, and make sure that we're constantly. It's got to be a motivation for this community or this county at least, to go out there and try to provide for some aesthetic beauty within our community, and every district should benefit from that. And so I think that's something that we should continue to look at, not building a commission and have larger discussions about how we spend money. I think if we're going to spend money, that conversation should come to this board, and I think that should be wholly held right here under the manager's office. So those are my comments. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I don't have an issue myself with having this board also sit as the arts board. I'm just not sure that this board has time to add that in. And I guess I question how that's going to be managed. Who is going to, for $8,800, who's going to do the survey of what we have already and what we consider art versus what we consider parks, or what we consider a CSD project? Who's going to look into that and who's going to put that together? I think that's the logic behind setting up our own commission. I do agree totally with not wasting money. You know me, I'm fiscally very concerned about wasting money, and right now is not a good time to be putting forth additional budgetary issues. So I totally understand that. But I don't want to see this fall through the cracks. I want to see us get a plan together that shows what we have as a county and what we are doing to benefit the citizens of the greater Washoe County area, the greater Truckee Meadows area, with the art that we have out there and the different ways we're expending money. And I'm not sure how that happens without a commission, unless you're proposing that we have a staff person who's dedicated to doing this and comes and makes a presentation to us monthly or quarterly, or I don't know what the proposal would be if we don't have a separate independent commission that does this. So that was my logic behind why I felt this was a good idea.
We don't have any signed in. The discussion, and I agree with you, Commissioner. I understand where you're coming from, but as I read the staff report, and I think this needs, personally, I think this needs some more work as well. When you develop the commission, it says, Arts Commission will require staff oversight of the commission. We're responsible for agenda development, meeting posting, conformance with the open meeting law, budget development, monitoring, website coordination, compiling minutes, district attorney oversight. And so when I see all that and other county administrative support, that's just identifying other processes for a larger discussion, which is dollars. And so if it's $200,000 that we're going to set aside for art projects and make sure that those go to art projects, the money that's going to utilize is going to be money so it's not going to be 200,000, it'll be 200,000 plus, whatever that is. And if there's no projects within that year, or they can't get anything off, we don't spend any money, but we do spend money on staff time. And so those are where my concerns are. So I'd like to see if we can workshop this a little bit better so that we're streamlining the process to achieve exactly what the Madam Vice Chair likes. And what I agreed, we need to move forward with some sort of an art commission. But what is the most functionally efficient way of doing that so that we can apprise, are these meetings going to be as projects come? Or are they meeting once a month? So I think those are, if we're going to do those kinds of things, we're going to, those are my comments. So I still think we need to kind of probably workshop this a little bit more from my standpoint.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Let me take the opportunity to adjust this motion and ask staff to please go back and do some further research and perhaps provide us with a partial list of those things that we do have that are considered art, that we do have that are part of the arts program money that we're expending in other areas, and bring that back perhaps next month to this committee so that we have an opportunity to have a broader discussion on this whole issue of the arts and how important the arts are to all of us.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
I have a motion. Further discussion, I have Commissioner Jones.
I'll second that so I can discuss.
Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Jones.
I don't have a problem with that, but I also don't believe that we need to go out and hire somebody to tell us what our art is. I mean, Geralda Miller has done it for free, and she knows it not only here, but also where Burning Man is, et cetera. So layering bureaucracy on this is more jobs for staff, but I don't know that we're actually getting anywhere with this. That's why I think we go to each city's arts commission and say, what do you want Washoe County to do? Here's the vice chairwoman's idea. She's already seeded it for $8,800 for the art trail. what do you see as major gaps? And then we bring it back here and say, what do you want to fund? You know, maybe we only start at 20,000 to fund it, to match yours, you know, essentially a match. But I don't think we need to hire an outside consultant. I think all the data is here. I think there are experts in our community that would happily give it to you for free. So to hire some more of people's friends around here to have more jobs in arts does not improve my citizens' ability to access art. It just doesn't. That's for the 1% again. So I think that I think if anybody has done a great job of the arts, and I take no credit, and nobody in this room can take credit, is Councilman Dave Iazzi. He'd do it for free. He'd come tell you, these are the gaps, these are the problems. If you don't like him as the spokesperson for it, find somebody else. Beth McMillan, she's hired by the city of Reno to do Art Town. But I have to tell you, that city council that we're dealing with now, Reno City Council, has cut all their arts budget. So we might go to Beth and go, what can we do to supplement it to make sure there's somebody down in your district, up in your district, up in yours, up in Incline, where they sometimes don't get the acknowledgement. I'm mostly downtown, so it really doesn't affect my people except a Sun Valley project perhaps, but they have a lot of Art Town stuff that goes there too. But we might just become partners with Art Town to start, which we already are. We print stuff for them, we do posters for them, and we don't get the acknowledgement. I agree. And I think this goes in with what the vice chair was saying of rebranding Washoe County. There are so many buildings downtown that are our buildings that nobody ever recognizes that's Washoe County. And I think that goes to your same issue, that Washoe County just doesn't get credit. We're I think we're like the people that, and this is no disparagement, but we do the stuff that is cradle to grave. It's not woo-woo. So I think people forget, like, you know, not only is that library is ours on Center Street, right across the street is our Human Services Agency, so we are downtown. We own downtown. We own the courthouses. We own and we just don't ever get that prominence because we don't do woo-woo, right? And so I think that's what she's trying to get to. I just don't see creating a whole new commission, getting volunteers that we appoint to try to show up. I get where you're going, Vice Chairwoman Burke-Bigler, and I completely support it because I think we are the unsung heroines here, and it's majority women, I think that's where she's driving to, and I love that you just go with it. This poor man of that generation. But I think that it's an overarching goal, and I support it 100%. And I think most importantly, what the vice chairwoman has done is put the seed money there. But I might also tell you, I did pay $5,000 to light that space whale that was supposed to be gone 2 years ago, and they still haven't moved it. So we're just going to keep it forever, right? So it is more of a, how do we work together to get more of these assets and our name out to the people that need it the most? Spanish Springs could have its own art town at that beautiful Lazy Five. I mean, Lazy Five doesn't get enough as far as I'm concerned. Marcia gets a lot with Bartley Ranch because that's the best outdoor concert experience in the world because it's tiny.
That's technically mine.
Oh, that's yours. Sorry, look at this. I have Rancho San Rafael. I know, that's yours. I love it. That's yours. That's right. I'm sorry. But, you know, Lazy Five doesn't get enough attention in terms as an art and culture hub. And remember, people that live all the way out there all have cars, but nobody wants to drive to South Reno to go see arts and culture and their kids play games. So maybe we start with those sort of things. But she put the money in, so she needs to drive that 8,800. But I will pile on, and I'll put money to it too if you need it, Commissioner, because I do want our recognition in this, and we should have a voice in what our art looks like here.
Well, and
I mean, I don't know.
To tag along onto what the Commissioner's saying, Commissioner Jung, you're absolutely right. We sit there at the RSCVA and continuously have surveyed individuals, and they constantly say, the change and evolution of our community is based around the arts community and what they're doing, and the younger millennials that are coming and the conventions that are participating in this see that as a secondary portion of their trip, that they come for conferences and whatnot, but when they get out, they see the aesthetic beauty that is downtown. And if we can broaden that base so that they're traveling to other parts of our community, for example, we have the sheriffs in town right now. Now, those sheriffs may not, but maybe some might appreciate it. They're going to go see parts of our county, that might be, that there are different parts that, so I think it's important that we move forward with that. I'd just like to see every dollar we put in to see some kind of establishment and benefit for every district within the community. And because it's tremendously important to see that. And I just don't want to waste $1 on the bureaucracy when we can make sure that we're really focusing on the initiative. So we do have a motion on the floor by the Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Jung, I appreciate you bringing up Lazy 5, and it's not as forgotten as you might begin to imagine. And let's bear in mind that art is not necessarily something that you stand there and look at. It can be music performances, which we have at the Spanish Springs Library, and those are things that need to be supported because they have a wonderful music segment during the summer months every Wednesday night when you can get out there, and actually it's Tuesday night, my bad. It's Tuesday night because it does sometimes conflict with or it used to conflict with the Spanish Springs Cab. But those are the kinds of things that we can make a difference in our community. And it's not just, and this is not a pejorative comment about the whale or any piece of art or murals in the community. There are so many there are performing artists in the community that it's very, very important that we give them an opportunity as well.
Yep. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. We've called for public, yes.
Just want to make sure you understand the motion, you've got direction.
So if I might reiterate, so we're hearing no commission at this time. We want to come back with an inventory of art that's out there that's under art and supportive arts from Washoe County and a detailed budget for Reno and Sparks on their art budgets. That's what you'd like to see back.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And my understanding is also to coordinate also with the City of Sparks and City of Reno
And we will
to
continue
see
to do
how
that.
we can fill in that gap.
Some ideas about what some of the things we can do.
We've been
Okay.
doing that for this, yes.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes on the screen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:26. We do have one last item I would like to get through, and then we'll take a break before our 3 p.m. time certain. This is item 15, so we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Manager, if you could take us into this item on item 15.
Item 15, public hearing to approve an outdoor festival business license application pursuant to Washoe County Code Chapter 25 and related provisions and associated license conditions submitted by Austin Gaviak for Powabunga 2020, a music and arts festival, from March 20th, 2020 to March 22nd, 2020, at the Tahoe Biltmore Lodge and Casino, APN 123-053-02, on State Route 28, primarily in the parking lot area. Live outdoor music will be played from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on March 20th and from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. on March 21st and March 22nd. Event setup is proposed on March 19th, 2020, and takedown and dismantling is proposed to occur March 23rd, 2020. Event organizers estimate 3,000 spectators per day. If approved, authorize the Director of the Planning and Building Division of Community Services Department to issue the license when all pre-event conditions have been met, including but not limited to conditions on parking, security, lighting, hours, alcoholic beverage and food consumption, ingress and egress, temporary restroom facilities, fire safety, and whether to waive a performance bond. Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Is there a need from the commission to have any presentation on this item? Okay, everybody's read the staff report. This is a public hearing. I do have 2 individuals signed it, so I will open public comment. And Madam Clerk, will you call public comment?
First up, we have Mr. Tyler Goffey. Sorry about mispronouncing your name. And after him, Mr. Bill Wood.
Hello, my name is Tyler Gaffney, and I am I'm for this. I think it's going to be great. I believe the Powabunga Music Festival Lake Tahoe will bring world-class artists to the heart of North Lake Tahoe's entertainment capital, Crystal Bay, Nevada, with expected daily attendance of up to 3,000 over the 3-day period. This festival will bring critical economic impact to not only Crystal Bay and the Incline Village, but to the entire area as guests travel to, through, and around Lake Tahoe and Washoe County region. This includes overnight room revenues, food and beverage sale, lift ticket and activity sales, and critical sales for tax collections. This event will also bring a critical influx in guest visitation late in the winter season, helping to boost our winter business as the region transitions to spring. In addition, beyond this 3-day weekend event, visitors to Powabunga will witness this region as a world-class mountain destination, helping to drive future visitation to increase economic impact. We look forward to working with the Powabunga team and deliver a first-rate experience this year and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bill Wood.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Wood. I'm a 39-year resident of Incline Village, general manager of the Crystal Bay Club, and chairman of the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitors Bureau. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice support for the Powabunga Tahoe. After a successful inaugural Powabunga event in Colorado, the town of Vail realized impressive financial, social, and marketing benefits. The Incline Village Crystal Bay economy lately has remained relatively flat. An event of this size would give the entire local community a boost. El Dorado and Placer counties have both shown that such festivals can succeed at the lake. With festival after parties at both the Tahoe Biltmore and the Crystal Bay Club, we hope to facilitate a smooth and orderly exit from the area throughout the evening. The Crystal Bay Club will also be bringing in additional security to assist in our very important efforts to prevent underage consumption of alcohol and gaming. Speaking on behalf of the Crystal Bay Club, the Visitors Bureau, and as a longtime resident of the Incline Village area, we urge you commissioners to grant the requested permits to Austin and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. All right, seeing no further public comment, I have no public comments signed. Bang, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, I just want to go on the record, thank you, Mr. Chair. I go on the record that this project has really been looked into very closely in the Incline Village Crystal Bay area, and it's an outstanding project. I think it will really enhance and bring in some great tax dollars and a lot of fun up there. It'll be something worth going to see.
I agree. Crystal Bay is one of those beautiful areas that has so much tenured history here in our community, and Mr. Wood and the Biltmore and Jim Kelly's Nugget and a number of the facilities there do a great job, and they keep that Crystal Bay alive. And so we want to thank you for all you do, and we wish you great success on the event. So with that, we have Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just think this is important. We support these kinds of things. We need to become more event-centric, and anything that we can do to bring events to town, provide entertainment for those people who live here. We have a whole new generation that's moved here that are filling a lot of jobs that were created in our community, and it's events like this that will make it just a better and more attractive place to be. So I'm thrilled to support this. Thank you.
All right. Okay, please, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
So I would move to approve the Outdoor Festival Business License application for the Powabunga 2020 in the form that's attached in our report that everybody had the opportunity to look at, and the license conditions will be included in the staff report, and any other further authorizations that's necessary. I know the team has been working closely on this, and I appreciate them and our staff who are working on it. And so that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I heard Commissioner Jung first. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes on your screens. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our agenda before our time certain, so we will recess Before we do that, though, Mr. Watsfield, Mr. Manager, do we have a need for a closed section for Washoe County, or do we need to do that? Because we've already done it in the TMFPD. Would you like us to do it again now?
You don't need to do another one now. There isn't one that involves any of the Washoe County associations, and you already recessed the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection Board agenda, so you're going to reconvene upstairs as the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection Board, and then adjourn from there.
Great, thank you. All right, we are in recess, and we will be back at 3 p.m. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 3 o'clock. It is our pre-described time for the County Commission. We are going to bring the County Commission back into order. We have one last agenda item today that we will be dealing with, and it is item 16. So, Mr. Manager.
Item 16, I'll announce it's the introduction, first reading of ordinances amending Washoe County Codes 110, 50, and 125. And with that, I'll turn it over to the...
Yes, please. Can I get a first reading and a bill number, Madam Clerk?
Yes. This item will be bill number 1834. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110, Development Code, within Article 302, allowed uses to identify the types of review required for short-term rentals in each regulatory zone, and to add an administrative review permit to the list of review types. Within Article 304, use classification system to update the residential use type description, add a definition for short-term rental, and update the definition for lodging services. Within Article 410, parking and loading, to update the off-street parking space requirements table to include a reference to short-term rentals. And within Article 910, enforcement, to specify that appeals of administrative hearing office decisions related to short-term rentals would be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. Chapter 110 would also be amended to create Article 319, short-term rentals, STRS, to establish standards, location limitations, defining unpermitted short-term rentals as nuisances, occupancy limits, parking requirements, safety and security considerations, signage, noise thresholds, trash, garbage collection rules, insurance requirements, Tahoe area considerations, permitting requirements, enforcement process fees, fines and penalties associated with short-term rentals, and to amend Article 306, accessory uses and structures, by removing the procedural details for administrative review permits, with those details being relocated into a new article that is updated to reflect minor changes related to short-term rentals. That article would be created as Article 809, Administrative Review Permits. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services, and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good job. Get her a glass of water. All right. With that, I will invite Ms. Kelly Mullen up to the podium and to kind of give us a current.
Mr. Chair, that was
Yes.
just the first ordinance. There's two others.
That's just the first?
That was just the first one. That was Chapter 110. We still have Chapter...
Ms. Mullen, take a seat. We're gonna be here for a second.
Okay. The second reading will be Bill 1835. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 50, Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, to include a definition of short-term rentals and define unpermitted short-term rentals as a public nuisance. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services, and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. And then the third bill is Bill number 1836, an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 125, Administrative Enforcement Code, to establish enforcement provisions related to short-term rentals, including but not limited to definitions, inspections, evidence of operation, evidence of violation, appeals, and associated timeframes, stop activity orders, warnings, penalties, and penalty notices. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, now are we done? We're good. All right. Before Ms. Mullen begins here, Mr. Wattsfield, I'm looking for a little bit of legal direction here. Being that there are 3 separate bills that are amending 3 separate chapters, when we introduce, if we introduce the bills, we can, do we want to do them one at a time? Do you want to take them, can we take them together lump? How, what would be the preference of legal counsel as it pertains to this? Yeah, well, and here, and depending on here, I don't know if we hear every one of them separately, but.
Okay, so the way you have the item styled, this is you're going to set the public hearing and do a second reading of the ordinances for March 10, 2020. So for now, you can go ahead and do the first readings. You can do the hearing that you need to do on this. You can do the introduction like you would anything else.
Okay.
And then they can all, you can do them
So we're
all
going
at
to
the
do
same
them
time.
all at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Mullen, please now, for the benefit of the board and the public that are here with us today, give us an update and some, a little bit of background information on where we are with these proposals.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Kelly Mullen, Senior Planner with Washoe County. And back in November, we had provided an update on the process to establish standards for short-term rentals in unincorporated Washoe County and had sought some specific policy direction from you on many of those items. Since that time, we have drafted code language. We have put that out to the community for comment, and we did have that heard by the Planning Commission last month, where they unanimously recommended approval of the proposals. Today, we are asking you to introduce and conduct the first reading. So getting back to baseline for a moment, we do know, of course, that there's hundreds of short-term rentals in unincorporated Washoe County, and that those numbers can vary pretty dramatically by season, but that we do anticipate there are anywhere from between 500 and over 1,000 that are active at any given time, and it is estimated that over 90% of the short-term rentals in the unincorporated area are located up at the lake. So you may remember that at the beginning of this project, it was pretty important to us to establish some pretty clear goals and emission statements, so to speak, which we went back to throughout the process to ensure that we were on the right track. And that was to adopt simple, fair, and enforceable regulations for short-term rentals that balance competing interests and maximize voluntary compliance. We also designed the process with 5 distinct stages, and that started with a significant amount of research prior to conducting a substantial amount of public engagement, and then using what we learned from both of those 2 phases to actually draft the standards that we're now seeking to be adopted. So we are currently in phase 3, and after adoption of the standards, we do expect that there will be a grace period prior to those standards going into effect. Due to the controversial nature of short-term rentals, we did know from the get-go that extensive public outreach and engagement was going to be necessary as part of the process. So we provided a variety of methods for our interested stakeholders to participate in this process, to offer their feedback and comment and concerns about the short-term rental process. And that included a variety of methods, including everything from small group input sessions to 3 large workshops. We hosted an online survey, held and went to a variety of meetings, and then offered a 21-day official public comment period on the draft language as well. And we did have tremendous participation through these efforts. And if you'll remember, short-term rentals do fall under the residential use category, but they are considered a specific use type with potential impacts that need to be considered and addressed, and that those impacts have a tendency to increase as the number of occupants within the short-term rental increases. So as a result, a tiered permitting system is proposed, and that's based on the number of occupants or the maximum number of occupants within each short-term rental. At the lowest level, which is 10 people or fewer, that would require a standard a standard short-term rental permit. So essentially, if they meet the standards, they get the permit. The second tier, which has between 11 and 20 occupants within the short-term rental, would require a discretionary permit, allowing for additional review in terms of impacts to surrounding properties. The third and highest tier would have more than 20 occupants in the short-term rental, and that's proposed to only be allowed in areas where hotels and motels would be allowed. And staff is proposing that short-term rental permits be considered similar to privileged licenses, and that they could potentially be revoked without board action, would be required to be renewed annually, and that there would be no guarantee of renewal due to the possibility of standards changing over time. So this slide is just going to be a high-level summary of some of the standards that are proposed for short-term rentals. This is going to include things like minimum safety requirements, required annual inspections, occupancy limits that are based on square footage and safety items, designating a local responsible party for every short-term rental, someone who would be able to respond 24/7 within 30 minutes to any issues that arise. And I'd like to add a little bit of additional context on that particular piece. We have had some questions from the public and from certain groups who have wanted to find out if that specifically means a requirement for a physical response. And although we do want to make sure that there is a local responsible party who could potentially respond within 30 minutes if necessary, that it is expected that many of the different complaint types could potentially be dealt with via phone or text, and that would be acceptable. Also including limitations on one short-term rental per property and only renting to a single group at a time. Of course, including requirements that no parties or events would be allowed, and then including standards related to those quality of life impacts, such as related to noise, parking, and trash. So that was just kind of a high-level overview, but there are a few areas that have generated additional discussion, both at the board meeting back in November and with some of our community groups. So I'd like to dig into these just a little bit more. What's on the screen here for these 3 items. So in relation to noise, one of the most common complaints that we have heard related to short-term rentals is related to noise, specifically to late night disturbances, music, parties, that kind of thing. Certainly noise can be one of the most difficult types of complaints to actually address. We do recognize that the Sheriff's Office has limited resources in being able to enforce calls for noise. So I want to make it clear that the intent here is for our new 24/7 short-term rental complaint hotline that we'll be setting up, that complaints would be called into that hotline, and that the hotline would then immediately reach out to the local responsible party so that they could immediately then address the issue. And we are recommending that quiet hours be established for short-term rentals, and one of the benefits of doing that is that having it in the ordinance allows for disturbances, specifically during those timeframes, to have them treated as violations of short-term rental standards. And that's going to encourage short-term rental operators to put their own mechanisms into place to ensure neighborhood compatibility. One of the other items that has generated some significant discussion is related to parking. It's one of the more frequently cited complaints, again, related to short-term rentals, both here in the county and across the nation, and certainly up in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. We know that parking is extremely limited, sometimes non-existent in certain places. And one of the things that I do want to note is that all of the use types in Washoe County's Development Code has an associated standard that identifies the number of off-street parking spaces required for each use. And the ratio for that standard is most often going to be based on square footage or number of employees, but with some uses, especially the lodging-related ones, it's based on number of rooms, based on number of beds, things like that. For short-term rentals, staff is proposing that the ratio be set at 1 off-street parking space for every 4 occupants associated with the permit. And I do want to note that that was a change that we made as a result of the discussion we had back in November here, That initial proposal was for 1 space for every 3 occupants, so we've changed that to 1 per floor. And then also one of the additional changes was to provide for some additional flexibility in extraordinary circumstances where that is needed based on the extenuating circumstances of the property related to parking. Another standard that has generated additional discussion is the proposed requirement for an 8.5 by 11 placard that would be displayed on the exterior of the home and would include the short-term rental permit number, maximum occupancy, hotline number, and the number for the local responsible party. And in that case, the short-term rental operator would have the option of displaying that placard all the time or only when the unit is rented. That would be up to them. And if there was a nuisance issue that was occurring, this would allow the neighbor to more easily contact directly the local responsible party, or if they chose to actually call the hotline itself to file a complaint. So that's also going to more easily inform first responders who the local contact is and the maximum number of people allowed in the unit at any given time. Again, the intent here is to offer flexibility to the short-term rental operator while also addressing some of those potential neighbor and first responder impacts. So one of the things that we discussed last time when we were here and that the board had agreed to as well was approaching the short-term rental fee and fine structure with an eye towards being cost neutral, meaning that the cost to administer and enforce the program would be paid for by short-term rental permit fees rather than general taxpayer dollars. And we are also proposing what we're calling a 3-pronged enforcement approach, where we would be proactively pursuing licensing compliance, meaning that those folks who are operating a short-term rental without a license, that we would be using a third-party provider called Host Compliance to help us identify who those are, contact them, and let them know that they need to come in and get the appropriate permits and comply with those standards. A second prong of that approach would be the annual safety inspections, and third prong, of course, is that 24/7 complaint hotline that we would be offering, which is brand new. In terms of fines, we are proposing a new scaled system that is higher than what our current fine structure has, and also creating an expedited timeline when it comes to filing appeals and hearing appeals. And then the next item is related to that 3 strikes you're out approach that we discussed last time, where 3 violations that are confirmed within a 1-year period would result in revocation of the permit and a 1-year cooling off period. We are going to be bringing the fee and fine structures to you at the next hearing when we have the second reading and adoption. That will be a paired item to go along with it. And then we do fully expect that after 12 to 18 months in operation with the program, that we'll be coming back and reassessing just what is needed or not just in terms of the fees and fines, but also in terms of the standards that are put in place. So today, again, we are asking that you introduce and conduct a first reading and set the public hearing for March 10th. I do want to offer a little bit of additional clarification on the proposed effective dates. We are proposing that the provisions related to processing and issuing the permits would become effective on June 1st, with the remainder of the provisions becoming effective July 15th. And that's a clarification that you'll see in the staff report for March 10th. And in terms of next steps, once we do have the new codes adopted, again, we would be entering the grace period at that point, where we would be doing some very significant outreach to short-term rental operators, while also putting our processes into place in terms of permitting and technology that's needed, getting ready for on June 1st, where we could start accepting applications and issuing permits in time for when the rest of the provisions would become effective in mid-July. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions, and I do want to remind the board about how many different agencies, programs, and departments that have been involved in this process thus far. We've got a number of them sitting in the first 3 rows here, with representatives from planning, building, enforcement, both of the fire protection districts, the DA's office, the manager's office, sheriff's office, health district, and of course the RSCVA. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Kelly. All right. Well, do we have any specific questions for Ms. Mullen that you would, questions or comments? Okay, well, why don't we take some comments first from you, and then we'll move into public comment. So, Madam Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Mullen, thank you very much. Excellent work. It's been a long year's work on this, and I know it. So just wanted to touch bases on just a couple of issues. I wanted to make sure that under the general standards where we're talking about somebody has to be contacted within 30 minutes, I want to make sure that it says, it's clear in the language that that can be either a contact by phone or a contact by text. I think I would worry about someone getting to the resident in 30 minutes. I mean, you know, I do agree that there has to be somebody in the area, in the vicinity that can be contacted. I think that's extremely important, if not right in the house, at least within the area. But if it's snowing and snow plows are running or not running, it may be very difficult for them to get there within 30 minutes. So I'd like to make sure that the language in the actual regulations or in the actual ordinance is very clear, that we're not going to look at somebody who just gets a hold of somebody, talks by phone or talks by text, and make sure it gets cleared up that way. So if you could look at that. Also under general standards, the language says the permittee must be the property owner. Once again, I want to make sure that the property owner has the right to sign with a property manager, and technically that property manager could be considered the permittee if they've signed their the use of their house over to a property manager. So that needs to be clarified very clear, so that the owner, although it is their property and they are giving permission to the property manager to manage it, but I want to make sure that somebody doesn't come back and say, wait a minute, the owner didn't sign, that's not the owner's name, that's the property manager's name on the documentation. So I just think we need to be very, very clear so we cut down on the number of complaints.
And may I
Yes.
speak to that item
please.
briefly? So we definitely, in terms of how we structured the language, we wanted to make sure that a property manager, if they are the local responsible party and going through the process for the property owner, that they have the ability to submit the permits, go through that process. But we wanted to make sure also that the property owner, in the end, that, you know, they're responsible for making sure that what happens on their property, you know, abides, that it complies with the standards here, and in the end, from an enforcement perspective, you know, they're the ones who are on the hook, so to speak, for making sure that those standards are complied with. So I just want to make sure, clarify that is, you are still in agreement with that
Absolutely,
approach.
I'm in
Thank you.
agreement with that. I want to make sure it's understood that it's not the vacation renter who is being fined or in any way discussed. This is in fact the owner, and therefore it's not the property manager, but still the property manager is going to be the person who's really taking responsibility for oversight of the property. So then over here under occupancy limits, you know, I understand why we did this and why this is set up, 70 square feet in size for one occupant. I really have some serious concerns about how we're going to enforce this. I mean, I don't know, are we going to have a code enforcement person who's going to go measure every single bedroom? And I mean, how are we going to enforce that? That concerns me. Secondly, what if the person comes in and they have a nursing baby? There's nothing in this language that allows a mom to have her baby in the room with her. She has a 2-year-old, and she wants her 2-year-old sleeping in the same room so she doesn't have to worry about him wandering, like this, my son would have done this, wandering out into the night and getting eaten by a bear. I think there needs to be some language in here that allows flexibility for, if you're renting the house and you have a family of 5 because you have 3 children, and one of them is a toddler or young, or I don't know where we set the age limit. Maybe we set it at 5. I don't know, maybe even older than that, I don't know. But somehow we have to have some language that makes it clear that this is not saying that if you are a family of 5 and it's just you're coming in, your baby can't come with you. So I think that, I don't see that language in this section anywhere. And so I think we need to add that as a bullet point in this section, so that we're clear on that issue.
And if I may speak to those 2
Yes,
points as well.
please.
In terms of how we would be enforcing with the square footage, one of the requirements on the application submittal is providing a floor plan of the home itself with those dimensions. And that's something that, when we get that application in, it's going to be seen by planning, building, and fire. And our building staff would be taking a look at that, comparing to make sure that the areas that are proposed to be used as bedrooms, that those were permitted as bedrooms in the past. That's one of the safety considerations that we want to make sure to include. And then, of course, once that goes through the process and they have the inspection, they would be confirming there as well. And speaking to, in terms of the age, we had some specific conversations in-house in terms of if people under a certain age should be excluded from the maximum occupancy limit. And what we winded up on was that all ages should be applicable. Part of the reasoning for that is ensuring that, overall that there is a certain number of people in the home, that those safety considerations wouldn't necessarily change depending on the age of the occupant, and also in terms of impacts to neighboring properties, that certainly that, even younger folks can have that impact as well on neighboring properties. But certainly that's something that if the board wishes to change in the ordinance, then we'll go back and take a look.
I think that has to be addressed, because you do have the issue of a mom with her nursing baby. And so, a nursing baby isn't going to take square footage. I mean, I think we have to address that issue somehow of a small child that a parent wants in the same room with them. I mean, trust me, my little boy, I wouldn't have let out of if all I could have was 70 square feet, he was locked in the room with me, because he was one of those little ones that would take off and say, "Oh, look at the big bear, how pretty." And that I have a concern about that. So I think that needs to really be clear in our language, and we really have to allow that. A mom is going to want to have her baby in the room with her. So.
And I'm looking over to our planning and building director to see if there's anything that she wanted to add to my statement on that particular piece.
For the record, Moira Howenstein, through the chair, if I may answer that question. The international building codes don't distinguish between ages, simply because safety standards apply equally to everybody, whether you're a senior or a minor. Sometimes those demographics need a little more help than the middle group, and so the codes, the way they are written, they purposely do not distinguish into age categories. And so we've leaned heavily on that.
It doesn't matter to me. If it's me and my baby, I want my baby in the room with me. And if the room I'm staying in is 70 square feet, I want my baby in the room with me. And I would be willing to wager that most mothers are going to feel the same way. And so somehow we cannot make these regulations so onerous that they can't be complied with. And I think this is an area that is really important to a lot of people. And so somehow you need to come up with some language that makes that flexible in order for me to really be comfortable with this piece of this ordinance as we pass it.
Would the board have any indication on what age would be more appropriate? 70 square feet is like 7 by 10, if you can imagine that.
My personal opinion is probably 5 or 7, something like that would be an appropriate age. But I mean, I'm flexible enough to listen to whatever the other board members feel would be important. I know Commissioner Lucy has a 5-year-old and a 14-month-old.
She just turned 2, but
Oh
yes.
my goodness.
I know, it's crazy. But I'm going to jump here with the commissioner. The vice chair is right. I mean, my daughter does not walk. She walks, but she still sleeps in a crib, and she's in a pack and play. I mean, those are serious things. And when we travel, it's a challenge. But my wife and I, especially in a home we don't know very well, we want our child close to us. That would make 3 occupants by international code standards. And Moira, and I understand that you live in a world of black and white by codes that are set internationally, that are nationally renowned for every building community to follow, so there's some consistency across the country. However, we're not talking about building homes. We're talking about residents residing in an area, how that's going to be conducted. And there has to be some human nature that's attached to that. We cannot continue to go and approach certain things just black and white. So I think that's why we're here today. So it'd be, for me, it'd be anybody under the age of 5, you know, would be exempt from that occupancy rating. But I think that's just one of many things that, as I'm reading through here, I have serious challenges with this. But I'm going to let some of my other commissioners, because we're far from done here. And we've got a lot of public comment. So I want to make sure before we just tap into one of these, and we'll get back to some systematic of how we're going to go through this, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I'm not done yet.
Okay. Sorry.
So let me move on, and I will move quickly. The occupancy number limited by the parking spaces, I've had extensive conversations with both Ms. Mullen and Christine about this. Christine, I can never remember how to pronounce your last name. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, Christine, I'm sorry, you're not even Christine. Listen to me.
Kelly.
Yeah, I know this is Kelly.
All right.
I already said Kelly, but at any rate, so let me just tell you that I have concerns in Incline Village and Crystal Bay regarding parking. Some of the places up there, especially if you're on Ganawabi or some of the other very tight, narrow streets, have no parking. And I have some concerns about that. I like the idea of 1 car per 4 people, but I want to make sure that we're not saying that, so I'm hoping that the language that we put in there with regard to being compliant with TRPA rules is in fact going to be a qualifier for Lake Tahoe, because we aren't going to have the parking up there that will necessarily allow, if it's a house that's got 4 bedrooms, will necessarily allow cars for that many people. So that is a concern. So I'm hoping that language works, and so I will just tell you that, yeah, I'm supportive of that language. So let's move on, and then if it doesn't work, that's something that we may have to come back and tweak.
Okay, thank you.
So under safety inspections, there's a requirement that I see in here that says unscheduled reasonable inspections may occur if the building or fire inspectors have reason to believe the occupancy has been exceeded or a life safety issue is present, and I have a problem with just unscheduled appointments. I mean, unscheduled walk into somebody's house. I really have a problem with that. I think that interferes with people's privacy and their right to enjoy their own home. Let's suppose for a minute that it happens to be the owner who happens to be there this weekend, and he brought along his neighbors or his cousins or whatever, so he's clearly got more, but it's his house. Is that going to apply to him? And how are we going, or her, and how are we going to address that issue? So that's something that I think needs further explanation as to what type of inspections we're talking about when we talk about just popping in and inspecting. So under the quiet hours, this incident just happened where a person in Incline Village was very unhappy because the vacation rental that was right next door was had the outdoor speakers going at 10 o'clock in the morning. I know you saw it. So what do they do? What recourse are they going to have if somebody is blasting rap music at 10 o'clock in the morning and somebody's baby's trying to take a nap? I mean, what kind of recourse? Whatever. What kind of recourse is there going to be there, and does that need further explanation as we move through this process? I don't expect you to answer that now, but I do think it's an issue that we need to think about. So on the external signage, I actually hadn't heard that you were saying the external signage could be on there only when the place is actually being rented as a short-term rental. And I think that needs to be very clear in the language, because I want to make sure that, first off, the sheriff is completely opposed to this idea of having a sign outside, as are the realtors I know, because it is an open invitation to somebody to just walk in and rob the house if there's nobody in it. So a sign outside.
Hold on, let her finish.
A sign outside would be I think a real concern if there's not somebody in there. So if you can make sure in the language it says that when it's rented as an SDR, the sign can be out. Otherwise, the sign doesn't have to be out. Then I don't have a problem with that. And Mr. Chair, I will stop at that point, and I might have some more comments, but I'll let others go on.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Commissioner Harton, I have you signed in next.
And Madam Vice Chair, what I was saying, or act as a compliance officer. Somebody knocks at the door and says, hey, I'm a compliance officer and I need to come in. It is a little frightening, but I'll wait to comment on that in just a second. Ms. Mullen, talk to me about violations and how are they actually recorded? So if let's just say I call and I make a complaint, and I don't feel that the complaint was resolved to my satisfaction, even though it potentially was. Is that a strike? How do we actually record a violation against a specific property?
Certainly, thank you for the question. So I think there's a few different ways of getting at that depending on the nature of the violation itself. That's something that, let's say that it's backed up by supporting evidence such as photos or video, and it's something that is, visible that way and can be confirmed.
How would a photo be piece of substantiating documentation? Because the metadata that's associated with the photograph, I have a piece of software that'll change that and put any date on it that you like.
Certainly, and that's some of those things in terms of what is going to be considered appropriate evidence that will be accepted through the program and potentially through the court system is yet to be determined in terms of some of those specifics. But generally speaking, if we're talking about someone calls in to the 24/7 complaint hotline and, they have indicated that there's too many cars that are parked on the property or they're parking in the street, and that's something that, let's just say, for example, that happens to be during work hours and an inspector is able to confirm that, that is certainly one way of confirming it. Another potential option that we have discussed in-house and with our district attorney as well is the possibility of allowing for some of that digital evidence as well that may be taken from a neighboring property owner. The specifics of that, I would defer both to our Code Enforcement Manager, Chad Giesinger, and or our District Attorney, Nate Edwards. But depending on the type of violation that it is, it may be enforced in different ways. And I'm going to step aside. I know that Chad came up here and see if there's anything he would like to add to that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Lucy, Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager for Code Enforcement for the record. Mr. Hartung, regarding your question about the photographic evidence, so there is an addition to Chapter 125, a proposed amendment that adds to an existing provision in our Administrative Enforcement Code, which allows, I'll just read it, the administrative penalty notice may be issued by a peace officer or enforcement official based upon a written and signed statement of a complaining party. So right now, we're actually using this process at the Save Mart location for the delivery violations. That individual has been taking photographs because code enforcement can't be there 24/7 to monitor a situation like that, and we're going to be in a similar situation with these short-term rentals. And so they're basically putting their word on the line by signing a signed affidavit, and then we've also added any photographic, audio, or video evidence submitted as part of that statement must be time and date stamped, and the location from which the evidence was collected shall be attested to by the complaining party. And then there are appeal rights afforded to the short-term rental operator that they can appeal that to an administrative hearing, and that's why this is in the Administrative Hearing Enforcement Code. And at that time, the hearing officer would then be the arbitrator of that and make that decision, and then that decision is also likewise appealable to court, or actually to the Board of County Commissioners and then on to court. So you would actually, in that case, have your say in the matter as well, should it be appealed all the way through that process.
We'd become part of the adjudicative process?
Yes, the way it...
Not say, one of the other lesser boards? Say the Board of Adjustment or something of that nature?
The way it works right now, the way the code enforcement process is set up, any violation of Chapter 110, which is where these short-term regulation standards would be located, requires an appeal process to a board. So right now, administrative hearing decisions are appealable to the Board of Adjustment. Okay. As part of this ordinance, we're proposing an amendment to make short-term rental appeals appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. Since this board has been so deeply involved in this process, we feel it's the better board to hear those types of appeals. So that is actually part of our proposed amendments on the code enforcement side. And then if I may address your comments earlier, Commissioner Burke-Bigler, that whole section actually reads, the enforcement official is authorized to enter the structure or premises at reasonable times to inspect or perform the duties, provided that if such structure or premises is occupied, that credentials shall be presented to the occupant and entry requested. So I just wanted to put out that extra context. And also to let you know that this paragraph was more or less lifted from Chapter 100. It's an existing provision in the building code, and we took it out and inserted it in here for the purposes of short-term rentals and just modified it slightly. So I just wanted to
Madam Vice Chair.
follow up on that. And then also there's provisions for when it's unoccupied for having to contact them and request permission.
So let me ask you, Mr. Kissinger, how often does that actually happen?
Not very often. It's very rare.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
All right.
Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several of the commissioners on this board have already said quite a few of the things that, like the time frame and how many minutes it takes to answer and all those questions, so we already discussed those. This whole thing reminds me of some attempts I've watched in trying to establish CC&Rs after a subdivision was done. Impossible. So I can see a lot of things in this. I'll listen to everybody that speaks today and make my decision, but I'm just not sure how constitutional this is. I'm afraid that it's just kind of scary. But and then I worry about the unfunded mandate of this thing with shortage of funds and who's going to regulate, who's going to enforce it, especially in the middle of a snowstorm. But like I said, I'll listen to everybody's speech and we'll figure out what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. I'm going to make some brief comments here, then we'll jump right into public comment. As I see it, obviously the commissioners have voiced a number of challenges that I have with the code. But going back to the inspections, when we look at this, for example, the defensible space inspection. Defensible space will be required and conducted by an applicable fire agency. So now we're going to enforce defensible space on all of these short-term rentals. You're going to basically go to, if they're going to go through the process and they're going to become a permittee of a short-term rental, you're going to mandate that they do clean the property and do defensible space. Is that what I'm reading?
Thank you for the question. Yes, to clarify, and especially with, up at the lake, which is a high hazard area, and that's an area where the fire protection district is already, going around and looking at properties to ensure that they're compliant with defensible space standards. Certainly the short-term rental permit request would be a trigger for those to make sure that they are up to date before they are allowing, folks on the property to rent it out. In terms of down here, if there are, same process would apply, where they would submit the permit and it would go through, and our fire team would have an opportunity to look at that as well and make sure that it complies with defensible space regulations, which certainly in the lower areas that may not be applicable.
Okay. And then as it pertains to NRS, as being a licensed realtor and participating in this for years and years and being a landlord, and tenancy law is a lot different than, the ability to enter a structure for, a structural challenge. It's very much a different thing. And we are talking about two different things. Tenancy law will, in my opinion, will supersede this, but I would like to get probably an opinion from either our DAs to make sure that does supersede. But tenancy law mandates that you have to give 24-hour notice to enter the structure at any time unless there is an emergency. And our emergency services do have the ability, with probable cause, to enter any structure at any time if they see that it is an emergent situation. So to put something like this in there, absolutely building is not allowed to go into any inspection on absolutely not. That's just, I think that violates NRS right there. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that it does under tenancy law. So we need to make sure we're very careful with that. That I want to make sure of. As it pertains to the signage, that's an absolute no-go for me as well. I just don't. I don't even want to consider the signage on it. It's just an advertising for, well, hey, look, you know, maybe the residents aren't there, but it's, you know, some short-term rental individual that's in the property, you know, whether they're out utilizing the lake or doing whatever they do, and probably because they're visiting, they're probably not going to just sit in that home. It's inviting people to come in and I mean, I just don't understand the placard. I've never understood it. I don't like it. There's different ways of approaching that, and we live in a digital age, and you're asking me to put on a placard, a hard placard, that doesn't make any sense, especially if we're working with host compliance. That needs to be changed. I cannot support that. And then when you talk about, as we've made some discussions here in regards to, say a short-term rental permittee utilizes the property intermittently. They come in, they come go, they come and go, come and go. So one weekend they're there, one weekend they're not. It doesn't matter. When host compliance, are we going to have the permittees send all of their reservations if they don't do it through B&B? I mean, as host compliance, how is host compliance going to know that that weekend it's the owner and they may be not subject to this? And that how are we going to do that? Can you give me a little bit of clarity to that?
Certainly. And yeah, thank you for the question and the opportunity to clarify that, because that is a conversation that we had in-house, and we kind of struggled with the best way to address it overall. Certainly recognizing that, you know, many short-term rentals will potentially be used by the homeowner themselves over time. So what we landed on and what this current version of the ordinance would allow for is that if someone is submitting an application to operate a short-term rental on their property, that by doing that, they are attesting to or certifying that they will comply with those standards all the time. So whether or not that is being used by the homeowner or being used by a short-term renter, that those standards will still apply. And part of the reason for that is because of that difficulty in identifying if it is a homeowner or if it is someone else, if it is a short-term renter that is using the unit at that time. That we certainly had concerns that, you know, we don't have a reliable way of actually tracking that, of who it is that's using it, whether it's the owner or a short-term renter, and that what that could potentially introduce into the program and what it could potentially introduce into our reliability of being able to enforce is that if someone did receive a violation for one of these standards, that they could potentially have that waived by simply saying, well, it was me or my friends or my family that was staying at the unit at that time. So I appreciate the question. That is certainly something that we struggled with during this process of trying to find a way to make that work, recognizing that, you know, some folks will stay in their own home in some of these short-term rentals, but, you know, essentially landing on the fact that the standards would be applicable to them as well.
Okay, and so with that, I feel that you start getting onerous with some of these, you're going to weaponize the community. You weaponize individuals that I don't like my neighbor or whatever that you become. We have now become a tool for the individuals and the next door neighbors to utilize us and our host compliance, which raisins our bill completely through the roof, and host compliance is going to charge us for every complaint call that comes in. We're never going to be able to cover that. Now we've created a situation within the community, whether it's parking, whether it's noise, whether I just don't like the way that person looks. And once again, to Commissioner Herman's point, then you start talking about the constitutionality of this. Are we violating some Fourth Amendment rights here and some privacy rights? I mean, we start getting into some deeper discussions, and I'm looking at NRS 118A.330, which is landlord's access to dwelling. Now, this is landlord's access to dwelling, but those they have to maintain at least 24-hour notice in subsection 3. 24-hour notice. So there is no way that building code, and I understand that it's in our ordinances, and I'm looking to staff, but I mean, I think that's a dicey game that we run in court, that we're going to let a judge decide whether or not we're a tenant, a landlord, so those are my concerns. So with that, I'll acquiesce to Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, and I have to leave in about 10 minutes, but I wanted to kind of synthesize the concerns that I've heard. One is noise, which is in every neighborhood, neighbors have issues with that nuisance of noise. And it's my belief that we already have laws in place to address noise, right? You make the complaint, it's a nuisance, it's a public nuisance. I get that you're trying to tighten down on some bad actors, and anybody in any area that has rentals, there will always be a bad actor that shows up, says they're going to bring 2 people and they bring 10 of their best frat brothers. But I think noise, I know that's the issue. I feel like we already have laws for that. The other issue is the parking. And I don't understand how you could tell anybody where to park when it's a public street. I mean, my husband would love to tell people not to park, my mom too, would not to park on our street, because for some reason they have this idea parking on the street is, I don't know, they don't think it's attractive. And I tell them all the time, good luck with that. That's public property. They have a time limit they can stay there, but you can't enforce people not to park in front of your house or on the street, because we all pay taxes for that. So I don't know how that would be enforced. If you figure it out, call me, because I have 2 people would be very happy, 2 constituents would be very happy about that one. And then I also look at safety, right? What are the triggers that government wants to get involved to make people safe that isn't already in the forbearance of your insurance? And does that only apply to short-term rentals, or shouldn't everybody be safe in every home that they're in all of Washoe County? I'm being a little facetious, but whether they're staying for a week or 6 months, I want everybody to be safe. And then we go again back to the affordability issue. I would love sprinklers in every single house in Washoe County, because you know who I could most likely get rid of? Fire. Fire is expensive, and that's not in any way personal, but if everybody had sprinklers in their house, we'd use fire for what we use them now anyways, which is emergency medical. So again, it's hard for me to put these in the right categories, which I know you're doing the best you can with the law that's there for you to do it, and you also have been doing a lot of fact-finding. But that gets a little goofy to me. How long do you stay to where your safety really doesn't matter anymore? I'm being facetious, but you can see where this is going. Occupancy number, again, I've said this in the last board meeting, I agree about some constitutional concerns. Again, I would love you to come to my house and tell me who could stay the night at my house. I would love that. Because we would have a lot of problems at the front door of my house. So again, we're getting into that funny area of private property rights versus the rights of the neighborhood citizens to also enjoy their property to their best of abilities. My really important question that I think we could get away from all this, why don't we get a list of everybody who's already paying taxes to the RSCBA? Because we know, number one, good actors. Then why don't we find the list of the people that we can identify through our neighborhood vigilantes, which, by the way, if you have neighborhood vigilantes, government is failing. Don't think you should be policing each other and calling on each other and all of that. That scares me to death, of neighbors reporting on neighbors. So who's been paying the room taxes? Who's a good actor? Maybe you give them a year grace period. If there are no complaints, leave them alone. They're paying their taxes. They're doing everything that their neighbors evidently love them or hate them. Who knows? Neighbors are a weird group too. They use government ever since I've been in government for 17 years now. The number one thing I work on is neighbors calling me who hate each other and trying to figure out laws that I can do to get people, a code enforcement out there to really stick it to their neighbor. That's been my experience. And I don't love all my neighbors either, just FYI. It's a human experience. Good fences make for good neighbors, right? And then finally, Ms. Mullen, and again, I think you've done a great job. I think if we could make 50 of you doing this kind of review, we'd be the luckiest commission, because you don't get wound up, you don't take it personally, you're perfect for a planner. How many new FTEs are we assuming that this is going to be required to hire to enforce these, one FTE, one full-time staff member, and that will be paid through these fines and fees, right? Because it's cost neutral, okay. Because then I also go back to, don't we have laws on the books, and who's enforcing those? Right, this is very American. We're gonna make more laws for you. We never enforce the laws that are already back here, because then you feel better. It's like TSA, you feel better if they screen us. They're not really, I really don't think they're screening us. So, I mean, I think they're profiling us. They probably should be doing that, but I mean, I'd be the best person to carry anything on, because they let me go right through, because I don't look a certain way that would be a threat. Now I do. Now I've made an announcement. So I will be screened every time. And so really the bottom line for me is this, is the safety, of course, of everyone in Washoe County. But how much do we want to micromanage safety, and how much do we want people to figure this out in civil court? Because that's really where you belong. If you have a dispute with your neighbor, take them to court. Don't mess with government with this. We got big deals we're dealing with here. A jail that needs to be rebuilt, people that don't have proper housing. I mean, you see what I'm saying, where I'm going with that one as well. But to go back, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I will talk about the placards. I was recently in Morro Bay renting an Airbnb, because remember, I prefer Airbnbs, but only if I'm with somebody. I would never go to Airbnb as a single female, because everybody in the neighborhood knows that's an Airbnb, and here's little old me with nothing. So I'd always have a friend with me. Then I go to hotels when I'm alone, because I know that that's, you know, relatively safer than just little me by myself. Morro Bay had a placard. And the first thing I said to my husband was, I don't like that in the window. They know we're tourists. They know we're out and about. They know, not that we have anything to steal, but I just don't want to have a surprise visitor in my Airbnb. And he said, yeah, that's weird. I mean, you could see it from the street. So that was a city ordinance that you had to identify yourself, that here's two buffoons who know nothing about your city, but here we are. So do what you may. So that one makes me nervous too. The other time I did an Airbnb last month, I went to Henderson, Nevada. And they did right when I got in there, on the table where you check in, had a number to call for a local person who could respond in person or by phone within 30 minutes. Because I agree with the vice chairwoman, and really the commissioner who 90% of these are affecting. So I really think we should follow her as well, because these are her people, these are her constituents that are dealing with this. And I think she's right. With technology, do you need a face-to-face? I mean, nobody wants to see anybody, especially anybody 40 and younger doesn't want to talk to anybody face-to-face, nor on the phone. They like to text, right? Or we could FaceTime. But I don't know if we want to get in the business of putting property managers in jobs. That makes me nervous too, because if I'm requiring a certain professional group or realtor to be in charge of that, I just have put another layer on the price, and I put people to work. My job at Washoe County is not to in any way identify if I'm putting you in business or out of business. I don't know anything about it anyways. You don't want me making any of those economic discussions. Mine's safety and general peace and order. So I know you bit off a lot to chew here, and now you're taking it from up here, but I hope you don't take it that way. These are impressions that I have, and just from bouncing around in the world. And then I'm going to argue for the other side, because I'm good at arguing all sides. You know, Tahoe has been, I'm 47 years old. Tahoe has always been a place that we went to. I lived on the other side of the mountain, north of Sacramento. We didn't own houses in Tahoe. Guess what we did? We rented homes in Tahoe. It was a different way to go about it. You know, it was through the newspaper, et cetera. But Tahoe has always been a vacation rental place. And then let me take it another step further. Since these venture capitalists came in, international investors, and started buying whole neighborhoods, this is where people started saying, whoa, they essentially have turned it into a room and board town. London, England, one could argue, is no fun anymore, because it's all tourists, because everything is Airbnb'd out. And I don't want to go around the rest of you if I fly all the way to London. I'm sorry. I want to be with the locals there. So those are the, you know, there's a third rail in there that I haven't touched yet, but those are the two competing interests. And I think less is more is going to be more, because we're going to screw this up anyways. There's going to be unintended consequences that we do every time we do it. And that's not in any way a criticism of staff and their ability to see around blind corners. It's just that how are they going to react? And then I have to put this on the record again because it scares me. So, South Lake Tahoe is still going through the courts over this. So I hope that our DA either has a lot of money to pay out or is deep in this and really blocking and tackling for us, saying, be careful with this area because this is the one that's up in dispute. Let's go gentler here. Because that decision is going to tell us, inform us every way, whether we were close or way off the mark. And then we have to live with all that civil fallout. And as we know, this is not pejorative, this has to do with elitism. People of a certain level of resources are very happy to hire an attorney. So that's what I'm trying to balance. And I don't think it should be so expensive to go through all of this rigmarole to be able to rent your property. So then now we're saying only the 1% get to rent their property. But you that are raising a family, or now you've transitioned, your kids are in college, and you want to go to Phoenix for the winter. Well, sorry, you can't afford to retrofit all this sprinkler system. You can't afford the planning. You can't do this. That's not fair. I mean, that it has to be equal for every single person that wants to approach that market. And of course, with them doing it responsibly in a way that respects other neighbors. And unfortunately, I have not found a government program that teaches people how to behave towards each other as decent human beings in sharing space. So, as I said, we can't look around blind corners, but I want to make sure we reiterate, I support the commissioner whose district this is, and I support her to make a bad decision in terms of endorsing an issue, and you come back and go, this doesn't work. It's exactly what you feared, or it's something none of us even thought of that could happen. I want to reassure the public, no matter what we decide to adopt to do some semblance of control, right, to answer these outcries, we also have the right to change our mind based on new data. But bottom line, I still think you start with the good actors who've always been paying their taxes, and thank you very much, RSCVA, we love you, we love writing tax dollars to you. Go after the ones that are already doing shade in that neighborhood, and let's hold them accountable and pull them in. But I think the rest should get a reprieve for a year until we figure this out, because July 1st is when this goes online. People who've been good actors, and that doesn't mean go in and pay all your taxes today either. I'm talking about as of last month, you were current. I think you get a pass. And then people coming on board, yes, it sucks to be you, you're late to the party, it happens to us all of us all the time, then you will be held to a higher level of scrutiny because number one, you skirted it or you've never tried it before. So I don't even know what kind of actor you are at this point. I think there's a little gentler, kinder, slower approach that tap dances us away from civil lawsuits, but also gets us closer to being responsible government. And government, most importantly, what I can do for you is provide you safety and certainty of how law works. That's all I can do. The way you get along with each other, that's on you guys. We do have mediation services too, if you ever need to get a mediation service. We do pay for that out of your tax dollars. But I think you've done a great job. I think the whole staff, the whole team has done a great job. I know you've been at late night meetings. Here, I heard people say that they were afraid to go to the meeting because if they spoke out in a different way, the neighborhood was like a riot. That happens. That's why neighborhood meetings are dicey, and we have the sheriff there and those sort of things. But I think we can figure this out in a way that is fair and just for every single level of this market. Other than, I hope that we are keeping an eye on the corporatization of the Airbnb model, where venture capitalists are buying 10 properties, and basically they are a hotel now, right? It's 10 properties and they might be spread out in Incline, but they're now running a room and board as far as I'm concerned. So let's keep it in the true gist of it was, but also be aware of bad actors will always figure out a way to be bad. They're 10 steps ahead of us. And we'll be back and try to catch them again. But I support what the commissioner, who is 90% plus affected by this, and dealing with, this has been an ongoing issue since she started, and I've begged her forever, don't do anything, wait till South Shore. But when enough people have had enough too, we got to do something, because everybody should be able to enjoy the full benefits of their property, whether they are renting it or they own it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chung. Commissioner Hartung, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I promise I'll be brief. I agree. I think our staff, I think you guys have done an amazing job. We send you out and have you try to ferret out, good information from the public and to try to understand what all the issues are, and then come back and try to put a fair and equitable piece of code or agenda item in front of us for us to sort of look at in the public forum. That said, with my commissioners, all of my commissioners, I could not agree more that safety is paramount, but I fear giving a neighbor more property rights than the owner of the property itself. That's a frightening thing for me, and we see this all the time in planning. We see it all the time. We give more deference to a neighbor because they don't want to see something next to them than we give the property owner, and I'm not saying that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it's just a little bit frightening, and I agree. When we pit neighbor against neighbor, it becomes a frightening process, and no good comes from that. Last thing, I applaud any effort of someone who makes an investment and is able to get a return on that investment, regardless of how that is. I mean, that's the founding basis for our country. It's called capitalism, and it doesn't matter whether you have a piece of equipment that you have in a yard that you rent to a construction company, or you have a whole yard full of automobiles and you rent them out to people coming into town, or you're in the business of being a hotelier, or anything else that where you rent your time is essentially what you do, right? And so this is capitalism at its purest form, and so I recognize the need for some restraints, but I also don't want to violate the property rights of the person who owns that property. So it's a fine line. I too am gonna. I don't have a lot of this in Spanish Springs. I've had no one contact me and say, well, I feel like there's gonna be a problem with people parking on our street. It's non-existent in the areas in District 4 that would come under our code. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. So what I'm going to do now is open it up for public comment. We'll open the public hearing and allow public comment. So, Madam Clerk, if you could call public comment for me, please.
I sure will. First up, we have Mr. Wiz Rizard, followed by Mr. Kelvin Bell.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Wiz Rizard, Community Engagement Director with American for Prosperity, the largest grassroots organization here in Nevada. We actually are a member of the Nevada Property Rights Alliance. We actually help legalize City of Henderson, and we're currently working with Clark County and North Las Vegas and City of Las Vegas in legalizing short-term renting. So to hear a lot of things up here, it was really exciting how much I've heard the word Constitution, because I think we deviate from that a lot when it comes to local ordinances, and it's really impressive to hear that. Commissioner Herman is on point. This is such a when we talk about tech and innovation, this is a new platform, especially with my younger generation, because another thing that I didn't see and I don't think this ordinance touch on is the other faction that's actually growing, which is room sharing, which the stipulation in there where it says you can only reserve it to one group actually undermines the ability for an individual who might be living at the location to actually rent out a room or two, which is actually a growing segment. This ordinance doesn't protect. If anything, it actually criminalizes that individual and prevents that individual, Commissioner Harding, as you said, from capitalizing with their property. But I think the biggest thing here for us is we're supportive of economic opportunities. And as you said, it's the American platform. It's the principles that guides us in terms of saying, let us go out and actually mutually benefit one another. And through that exchange, there's a value that's added. And that value added should be between the two individuals who find that opportunity to be prime for them, whatever the case may be, whether it's one room or a whole house. Great concerns. I think this is such a new thing that Goldwater Institute, Pacific Legal Foundation, this is why they're actually taking it on as we speak. We speculate that this is going to be a state legislative issue because of all the municipalities that have been taking it on. And as for myself, a former homeowner, in 2008, when the market crashed, my house lost $120,000 of value. I had to give up the home. But I can tell you, if I had the opportunity to rent out a room, which we did have, that would have probably kept me in my property. So we're also making sure that we're not restricting individuals from realizing their greatest potential and utilizing the most valuable asset that they have in their lives. A lot of the concerns are valid. In regards to the placards, I so am happy to hear that you all oppose that, because that is exactly what's happened to properties, whether it's a for sale sign, a short-term renting sign. This is actually open season on property owners and with criminals. So we're supportive of short-term renting. We want the least amount of barriers for individuals to enter the market and be able to compete. But in terms of this current ordinance for what has been laid out, we are definitely neutral because we know nothing is perfect. But we will say, Washoe County, you all have taken the right step in the right direction and making sure that this is correct. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing success.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kevin Bell, followed by Mr. Marcel Bordes.
And I would ask, as the clerk calls your name, the second in line, if you could queue up down here in front so we can move, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having this open meeting and having an opportunity to speak to you again. I'm excited about the things that you're doing, the things that you brought out in your previous comments, and the opportunity for giving people a chance to have an income that is not purely derived from every labor hour that they spend. I've had the opportunity to tour some of your area this afternoon. This is my first visit to Reno. I'm excited. It's a wonderful place, has a wonderful feel to it, and it's inviting. And one of the things I would like to look at is the possibility of me actually buying a house here in this area. Not that I'm leaving Las Vegas forever, but to come up and visit from time to time and have a place to stay. One of the concerns I have is that if you invoke the rules as they're outlined, that as an owner, I have to be bound by the same rules as when I have a short-term rental in place. That concerns me, because I might want to bring some friends with me to spend their money here in your local area and enjoy the ambiance that you have and are providing at the same time. So that's a concern. Some of the other areas of concern to me are the point that was brought out about making sure it's simple, fair, and enforceable. That's a reliable standard, but we want to be a standard that can be applied to everyone and have a benefit for everyone. I applaud Commissioner Jung's point that neighbors sometimes respond, and they're not necessarily always the nicest responses. Commissioner Lucy, you pointed out as a realtor that you have a background there, and I think one of the concerns is that as a realtor, can they be the only one who is managing the property? I have experience in real estate as a developer, as a designer, which I currently do, and as a former realtor. That gives me some understanding of operations for business. It gives me some understanding of communities and an idea that we want to be good neighbors as operators or managers of properties. I'd like to have a provision that I could operate or have an operator here to operate a property for me or for someone else. I think the limitation on the space issue for one person, one car for 4 people is a little disconcerting. I'd like to see that considered to be one for 5 or one for 6. Most cars have passenger room for at least 5. And to have a space provided for that would be amenable. And the other thought that comes to mind is about people who have kids in college. I fortunately have 3 of them who've already finished college. but I would urge you to consider that the operation of a short-term rental could be applied towards income that could help pay for college at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Marcel Bordes, followed by Ms. Sarah Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by saying I think I'm, Commissioner Chung, one of the good followers, I guess you could say, that's paying their taxes, and I appreciate hearing your comments about a potential one-year grace period. So my wife and I have been coming to Incline Village for 20 years. We were actually married in Kings Beach. We're from Fresno, California. We bought a little townhome off Harold Drive in Montclair Villas in 2017. And we've been using it as a rental property when we're not able to come up. So this definitely is near and dear to our hearts. We use both Vrbo and Airbnb to rent the property. We've had probably over 100 guests in the 2.5 years that have kind of come through and used the property, from Brazil to England, all over. People are just coming to enjoy the beautiful resources that we have here at Tahoe. For me personally, we try to do things right. We try to make sure that our guests are taken care of, that they have a great experience, but we also are really focused on making sure that our neighbors, and we have 3 full-time neighbors that live right next to us, that they're also aware and able to communicate with us. And if there's issues that come up, they can call me. So I know that I'm not speaking for everybody, but that's been a big importance for myself, for my wife, and our family. And so long story short, we've had a very successful experience with this and the capitalistic approach to this opportunity that's provided us to be able to have this short-term rental for our family. We have a 7-year-old, 4-year-old. They love coming up to the Tahoe region and spending their weekends. As far as the proposals go, the items that kind of stand out to me is the annual requirement for the site inspection. I'd love to see if there's something we could do to even add like a 3-year grace period, to where if you're behaving, there's no ordinance issues, that you're able to extend the amount of time, similar like the DMV. If you've been a good driver, you don't have any tickets, anything like that, you can actually not have to go back to the DMV and take a driver's test or those types of things. The other items is having the one individual within 30 minutes of the short-term rental. I have a local handyman that we work with. I've got the vacation station cleans our property. So that's a little, it makes things a little difficult for me, but usually my tenants can text me, they can call me and get a hold of me at any time. Parking requirements, we have general parking at Montclair Villas, so it's not really an issue for us. We communicate to our tenants that are coming in that they can have one of the front parking spots, so that our full-term neighbors are able to have a parking spot near their properties. The noise violations, somebody mentioned weaponizing the neighbors, and that to me is something that I'm concerned with, is if somebody just doesn't like what we're doing, that they end up calling and having concern, and there's no necessarily appeal process. And the occupancy limits. We have a room that's 8 by 10, we have a bunk bed in there, and we have our kids that are in that room, and so it might make it a little difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Bordes.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Sarah Sharkey, and then Ms. Judith Miller.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Lacey and Washoe County Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to address the short-term rental regulation proposal. My name is Sarah Sharkey, and I'm a realtor and a licensed property manager with Homegate Realty of Nevada and past chair of the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors Legislative Committee. It should be noted that the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors and the Incline Village Realtors submitted written comments during the public input period. I wish to be clear, vacation rental regulation is not a realtor issue, but a private properties rights issue. A homeowner has the right to own, sell, and rent their property. Additionally, we do not defend bad tenants or bad neighbors, regardless whether short-term or long-term. We also support the across-the-board enforcement of nuisance ordinances, whether noise, parking, or trash. I also would like to compliment Kelly Mullen and the county staff for reaching out to all of those interested in this regulation of short-term vacation rental. Regulation is being addressed throughout the county and actually through the country. oftentimes with little input from those who will be impacted. Clearly, in this case, all efforts have been made to seek out public input. Here are some of our specific things we'd like to address in regarding regulation. The issue of exterior signage raises the issue of home safety. Exterior signage can be an open invitation for burglars or preyers on visitors. The 30-minute response time is a concern. Lacking specific definition of response, the language could be interpreted to require physical response to the complaint. Washoe County is a large area. We would suggest at least a minimum of response of 30 minutes by phone and 1 hour physically. Unscheduled inspections is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Can a landlord sign away the Fourth Amendment rights of the tenant? Washoe County Code, I believe, also already allows for police fire to enter the residence in a response to an emergency situations or circumstances. And then the occupancy limit across the country generally allows increased occupancy when children below a certain age are exempted. Infants and/or toddlers should be exempted in the occupancy count. And again, I'd like to thank you for allowing me the time to outline our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey.
Ms. Judith Miller, followed by Ms. Nancy Barton.
Good afternoon. You've heard. Did I do something?
Nope, we're just getting you squared right here.
Okay, we're ready. You've heard from many residents, your constituents, in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. From the very beginning, one of their main concerns was the sheer numbers of vacation rentals in our community and the need for limits. I'm not discounting the importance of the other concerns, but the single issue that could reduce all of the other impacts has been ignored. Some of you may feel that limiting vacation rentals would be an infringement of your property rights. I don't believe that's the case. Once upon a time, a very long time ago, I lived in a very small city with about 6 blocks of commercial area, and the city council decided that they were going to limit the number of real estate offices. I'd just gotten my broker's license, and I thought, oh, that's the end of that. But I respect the right of a community to decide just how many of a type of occupancy or a type of business is allowed. So that's why I don't feel that limiting vacation rentals violates anyone's property rights. I watched the video of the meeting on February 11th when the commissioners acknowledged the gridlock that now occurs on a regular basis in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. You've heard about the declining school enrollments from me and about the imminent damage to the environment from the director of the Tahoe Environmental Research Center, the lack of workforce housing, and inadequate evacuation routes. None of the proposed changes addresses these problems. You've evidence and testimony that the provisions of these regulations are not consistent with the master plan's goal of preserving workforce housing. And they certainly don't promote the purpose of the development code. You see those, I believe, on the overhead. They're inadequate. It's an inadequate response to changing conditions. And they certainly don't create a more desirable utilization of land. There are many alternatives for limits. Some places only allow owner-occupied homes for vacation rentals, hosted ones. They limit the number of days, they limit the number of permits. Hopefully your staff could research and recommend the best solution for Washoe County. I implore you to hear the voices of those most affected by these regulations. Please delay this approval until some provision is made to limit vacation rentals. Thank you very much.
Ms. Nancy Barton, followed by Ms. Rhonda Tyser.
I didn't have
Ms. Rhonda Tyser, followed by Mr. Trevor Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rhonda Tyser, 28-year Incline Village permanent resident. The Washoe County short-term rental ordinance is based on at least 3 false premises. First, your statement that a ban doesn't work is wrong. Government officials believe that a ban can and does work in Carmel. Short-term rentals are banned in residential districts and downtown. Sausalito, banned throughout. Santa Barbara, banned in city and county. Anaheim, now prohibited, and the ones there will be phased out as they're resold, and many, many more. A ban on short-term rentals gives neighbors the right to report and eliminate short-term rentals from their neighborhoods without having to sue their neighbors. Your ordinance will promote lawsuits among neighbors. Second, your statement that banning short-term rentals violates homeowners' property rights is wrong. Supporters of short-term rentals argue that a ban violates their ability to determine the use of land they own and denies them their due process rights. But cities and counties have always had the right to determine land use through zoning laws, a fact courts have recently upheld. Third, your statement that all short-term rentals are a residential use and not a business use of a property is wrong. Most major tourist cities across the U.S. have made owner occupancy requirements so that short-term rentals are a secondary use of a residential property. Most city councils have decided that unless property is used as a residence by a person who dwells in it, renting out that property becomes a business use. For that reason, they require a short-term rental owner to be a person who resides in and occupies the property as a legal resident. Not only the NRS, but also Washoe County Code states that residential use means the property is used as a dwelling, that someone occupies and lives in the property, that the property is considered someone's home. So we have San Francisco must be a permanent resident. New York must be present during guest stay. Los Angeles, owner-occupied property owner may rent out property up to 120 days. New Orleans must be owner full-time occupancy. Miami, prohibited in all single-family homes and in all multifamily housing buildings. And Austin, Texas, discontinued in residential areas by April 1st, 2022. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tyser.
Mr. Trevor Smith, followed by Ms. Catherine Opio.
Chairman Lucy and members of the commission, I'm Trevor Smith. I'm a realtor with Coldwell Banker and president of the Incline Village Board of Realtors. I'm also a resident of Lake Tahoe since 1980, and I've been in the real estate business for 30 years. The Incline Village Realtors support private property rights and the ability to rent. We support the existing codes and ordinances in place that address misuse of property such as nuisance, noise, and trash. We provided a written joint statement with the Reno Sparks Association, which you already have, dated December 11th. And I think the commissioners have really recognized a lot of key issues, and I'll echo some of the sentiments and then step down from the microphone. But one of the additional items on the signage would be homeowners associations. They have regulations and they have control over whether or not you can use those. So that's another consideration in the places where that would apply. The inspections, you've already kind of touched on that, and I think that's really a dicey area as far as Fourth Amendment rights. Parking is a fiasco. I think if you can avoid that altogether, that would be the smart thing. It's already being regulated by TRPA, and as you recognized in your comments, there are many instances where if you had that additional regulation, it would be unenforceable. We also echo the sentiment on the half-an-hour response. That's too short. I may not be able to drive from my house to the center of town in a half an hour in a snowstorm. So even if I'm close by, that may be a very difficult and impossible task. But finally, thank you to the staff that did a lot of work, obviously, on this, and we really appreciate it. And thank you for your time, and we look forward to implementing a make sense, enforceable plan. Thank you.
Ms. Catherine Opio, followed by Ms. Tracy Pitts.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Opio, and I thank you for your time and effort that you've put into this. I have owned my home at Tahoe for, I hate to admit, 45 years. And of the 45 years, I have rented my home all the time. Not fully. During the financial downturn, I was in jeopardy of losing my home, and so I chose to move down to Reno to a smaller home, and I rented my home through Airbnb. And it has been the best solution for me. I am able to keep my home, enjoy it with my family when we want to, and still pay the very high taxes and the upkeep. There is not one thing that you ask for. My home is in perfect condition. It is safe. It is, we have more than adequate parking. Unfortunately, when my family stays there, we are probably totally out of compliance with some of your rules. It's kind of sketchy to wake up in the morning and go upstairs and see your grandson and his 6 friends sleeping in a small living room area on the floor. That would make us out of compliance. That makes my heart fill with joy. That is what I have my home for. And I don't want anyone infringing on my personal rights. And I want my family to continue to keep our home. They will indeed have to rent it, as I hope my grandkids will. And I love our home at Tahoe, and I want to keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tracy Pitts, followed by Ms. Janet Orgill.
Oh, it's such a quick time limit. I wanted to say thank you so much for the amount of time that you guys have put into looking at this and the amount of time that was put into establishing it and talking with the neighbors. I've been incredibly impressed with each and every one of your comments. It's clear to me that you get it and that you're about Nevada. And my name is Tracy Pitts. I am a homeowner of a home that is in Crystal Bay, and we do rent it on Airbnb. I'm not certain that we could keep our home. We would lose our home if you took away our right to use it in that way. And your comment about it trying to create CCNRs after the fact, that couldn't be more accurate. I really think this was something I know I would meet all the criteria for getting whatever it is for a year off or something, not getting, because we pay all our taxes and we don't want to get sued. So of course our house is safe as we can possibly make it. I just also want to say the weaponization issue, you couldn't be more right. It's absolutely a Pandora's box you would be opening if you're going to try and limit and tell people what they can do in their own home. The noise decibel issue, for example, we were there at our lake house because we use it and we rent it when it can't be used by our family. We heard from a neighbor saying, boy, you guys had horrible renters last Friday that were so loud. And I was like, we were there last Friday. That was us, and we weren't loud. It was actually our neighbors who are owners, not renters, 2 doors over that were having a party, a bachelor party. So in our cove, a noise ordinance or decibel thing, it might sound great in theory. It's so unenforceable. No one knows where all the noise is coming from. It's very hard to determine. And it's just a Pandora's box where you can open up the weaponization of neighbor against neighbor, and they're going to use these, in my opinion, overbearing and onerous codes. It's incredibly micromanaging. I appreciate that. I don't need to reiterate the response time, the signage, the unannounced inspections. It feels so un-Nevada to me. It feels like other states that were even mentioned, I think, that I don't live there on purpose because of all of the unconstitutional, in my opinion, un-American kinds of rules and regulations. I also want to say my number one complaint is the only one property per, one rental per property. We have a very small guest house for the kids and a bigger one for the main house, and we use it in different ways. Sometimes we're at the main house and we can rent the guest house, and again, this is the only way we're keeping our home. So please, I see that as discriminatory and elitist if they want to say that only the rich people can have just one renter.
Thank you.
Ms. Janet Orgill, followed by Mr. Mike Young.
Hi there, my name is Janet Orgill. I am a full-time resident of Incline Village. I've owned the house 20 years. I've lived in it for 5, and it was a short-term rental for the 15 years prior. So I realize some of my experience is anecdotal. I have hosted the entire staff of Burning Man, for example. They were great renters, but their cars were filthy, and there were 9 of them. During the summertime on a cul-de-sac, the parking, I agree with the comments that were made about public right-of-way. I think that the rules that we apply to short-term rentals need to also apply to everyone else. I also have a very big family, and when they all came, there were 30 of us in the house. And now, you can't last very long with 30 of your family members, but I still believe that it is my right and everyone else in my neighborhood to host their family. It's a 6-bedroom, 4-bath house. We were severely out of compliance with the rules you've proposed. I also don't want my neighbors calling the police at 10:02 if somebody's still in the hot tub and getting out and it's noisy. And if I had a decibel reader on my front doorbell, which was recommended in somebody's comments, the barking dogs across the street would set it off and I'd get a ticket, and I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the cost of getting permitted, and I loved the idea of every 3 years if you haven't had complaints. My concern is that if it costs me $1,000 every year to permit my house, instead of renting it 20 nights, 30 nights, it's going to be a business. It might not have been before, but now I have to cover my costs, and I'm going to rent the heck out of that house, which I don't think is the point. 52% of Incline Village is empty. Right, that was from your document. 12%, 12.5% are vacation rentals. The capacity of Incline Village doesn't change based on how many people are occupying those homes. Those homes have been legally built to the capacity that they currently have. And if you've got 6 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms or whatever, the fact that Rayleigh's parking lot is crowded in the summertime means that there are more people there enjoying Lake Tahoe. We didn't actually add any more capacity. That capacity exists, and the fact that people like it to be half empty, including me, is kind of irrelevant, and I think we have to look at that. My last point on signage, my home was robbed when it was a short-term rental. Someone had left a window cracked. They could see that there was no tracks on the snow. There's a lot more to steal if someone's occupying the house. I think it lowers the safety of the tenant. I think that it increases the probability of something nefarious happening. So thank you for considering all of those things.
Mr. Mike Young.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mike Young. I'm representing the Incline Community Business Association. I'm a 40-year resident of Incline Village. Incline Village is a resort town, and tourism is our business, and as it has been since its development in the 1960s. Businesses rely on the local population, long-term vacation folks, and have only 4 to 5 months a year to make the majority of their annual income. Of course, this is always subject to whatever Mother Nature might offer us. It is necessary to have a steady and consistent flow of people in town to make a living on any business, and the owners will tell you it's not very easy at Tahoe. Parking is a problem, but short-term rentals are not the problem. Sand Harbor Walkway, public access, beach access, and busing people to Sand Harbor Beach are all contributing to the parking problem in our town. The number of short-term rentals today are basically the same 950 units that have been used for the past 20 to 30 years. Washoe County needs to provide a friendly and peaceful environment for all residents and guests who come to our world-renowned resort community. We want and need to encourage families and tourists to come to Incline Village in Crystal Bay and stay and enjoy everything in our community, and not be subject to the negative neighbors counting how many people are in their cars, putting nasty messages on their windows, and scorning them if they have too many people barbecue. An Incline Village homeowner does not want to be told by their neighbors and Washoe County who they may let stay in their home. We understand that there are a few bad apples to spoil it for everyone, but owners don't want pages and pages of rules and restrictions Washoe County is imposing upon them. We do support local property managers for being an eye for the homeowners. Everyone in Incline Village should have bear boxes, should have standard understanding of safety features, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, defensible space, and have the same parking rights on the streets, driveways, same noise restrictions as everyone else in the neighborhood. We don't support, and we are very concerned by the use of local volunteers or inspectors to watch tenants and keep track of rental properties. This will create a larger vigilante atmosphere, which is already present, with the nasty notes taped and glued to windshields, and cars are being blocked in and tires slashed, to note a few common occurrences. Tenants should not be a special class with less rights than anyone else. Of the 780 residents in Incline Village, 780 residential properties in Incline Village and Crystal Bay County, only 369 people are here complaining about the short-term rentals. The majority of the homes, 60%, are second or vacation homes, with very few of them have any information of the types of restriction the Washoe County U are imposing upon them. We want everyone to come to enjoy Lake Tahoe, feel like this is this great town, just like those of us who live here. We need to share this amazing, wonderful place and patiently realize that there are times of year that will go bustling by with tourists, tons of people in town, and the homeowners, everybody, but they will all go back home, and we will get our town back again and enjoy its quiet and peaceful nature. Businesses need them all the time up here to survive in our tourist town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marcus Lopez, and while he's approaching the podium, I also have correspondence received from Elise Fett and Carol Black to be placed on the record.
Great, thank you.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I won't take too long. I just want to say, my name is Marcos Lopez, by the way. I'm with Americans for Prosperity. I handle Northern Nevada. Recently just moved here, new resident. I gotta say that I love everything that I've heard so far. Out of all the county commissions when we first got involved in this issue in 2018, that this is so far the best one when it comes to the point of view and how we're approaching this issue. And for me as a millennial young guy, this is all I use. I use Airbnb for everything, doesn't matter where I go. I'm originally from Miami, and I know someone mentioned some things about Miami that's currently being challenged, and I don't think that that's gonna survive for them in terms of the ban. Overall though, thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. It's a pleasure, I hope to be able to follow you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you. Being that this is a public hearing, give everybody one more chance if you haven't spoken already. All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for further discussion. This is obviously, we've heard a lot today, and I think this is an opportunity for us to introduce these three bills for these ordinance changes. But my comments today, and I think Mr. Young brought this up, that it's kind of a prudent point that I also like to make is, yes, we're looking at the minutia in regards to the specifics of the ordinances, but Commissioner Jung has told me many a times that there's many days when we walk out of here that if nobody's happy, then we've done the right thing here as a commissioner. But when we think about this, there's secondary and tertiary effects to this that is impactful to the community. Tahoe has always been a community of tourism. We, as a chairman of the RSCVA, I sit day in, day out, and we brand ourselves as Reno Tahoe. And when we brand ourselves as Reno Tahoe, because Tahoe is so aesthetically beautiful, and we'd want to draw people to that community. When people come to that community, they utilize the services, they go to Rayleigh's, they spend the time, but we have the handymen that go and take care of the properties. We have the cleaning services take care of the properties. If we do not have that, and we talk about workforce housing and the need for workforce housing because we have too many short-term rentals, if we shifted those and made those into workforce housing, there would be no purpose for those individuals to have workforce housing up there. There would be no reason for those certain things. So one begets another, and I think that's one of the other things that we need to think about, the global issue here, that it's not just the specifics of the actual ordinances that we're talking about, but the challenges that you're going to incur as any kind of ordinances are brought forward. So from my standpoint, I have a real tough time because I still think this needs a lot of work. And as we've heard here today, there are absolutely people that are opponents of this and people that are in the opposition. I mean, proponents and opponents. But the problem is that we still need a lot of workshop on this. I don't think this is quite ready for us to introduce and have a second reading yet, just because I don't know where I can't support something the way it's currently drafted and introduce it the way it is to make substantive changes from my standpoint. But as many commissioners have pointed out, 90% of these short-term rentals reside but the other 10% do reside in District 2. And so, I mean, I have a number that sit in Montreux, that sit in Arrow Creek, that sit at Mount Rose Highway, those people utilize for ski trips. So it's not just about the individuals in the incline. I want to make sure that this is county-wide. When we talk about an ordinance, I cannot make this specific that this is only going to be subject to Crystal Bay and Incline Village. This will be something that will impact our entire county. And so as we continue to grow as a community and as we continue to change our economic landscape and new larger businesses come in and, not everybody wants to stay at the Whitney Peak Hotel or downtown, as Commissioner Jung has pointed, she would prefer to stay at a residence. And if she's here for a period of time, 2 or 3 weeks, that would qualify her as a short-term renter, but yet she would still have to be subject to a number of issues. Now, I understand those will fall if the house resides within the city of Reno or city of Sparks, it falls under their municipal code. However, there are a lot of residents that still have those issues that stay in the unincorporated county. So those are my comments at this time. I'm going to defer to Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with your comments, and I also have concerns about some things that still need to be changed. I think maybe it would be a good idea if we gave some direction to staff to say, at least work on these particular issues. So Kelly would know, Ms. Mullen, sorry, would know who or what we really think are the really top issues that we have to address. And Mr. Solero, because this whole team has done yeoman's work. But I think there's a couple of points that need to be made. Number one is we are not California. We're Nevada. And because we're Nevada, our laws are vastly different than California state laws, vastly different. We as a local government do not have the right to just decide how we're going to do things unless the legislature has already made it clear that we can do them that way. And there are some thoughts that were brought forward to us today that in fact would require us to sort of, shall we say, jump over that Dillon's Law versus local control issue. We therefore must look at how this is going to impact Nevadans and Nevada based on Nevada law. So I think that's really important, and that's a factor that a lot of people don't understand. For instance, it's clear under Nevada law that if you own and rent out, I think the number now is 4 houses. I believe that's the number that was changed back 10 years ago, perhaps, when the CC&R issues were going on, the wars were going on down in Carson City, basically based on things that were going on in Clark County, not in northern Nevada. But it's clear that unless you own 3 or 4, whatever that number, that magic number is, unless you own that number of houses, you're not a business, period. This is Nevada. You're not a business. And we are not in a position to change our zoning regulations to say, yeah, you're a business in our opinion, because Nevada law does not allow us to do that. And my district attorney is probably going to tell me to quit practicing law under his license, but okay. But these are factors that we as elected officials and as commissioners have to look at and have to make sure we take into consideration. So I just think it's really important for us to come up with something that addresses some of the problems, and as Commissioner Lucy said, and as Commissioner Jung routinely tells all of us, if we walk out of here and everybody's a little unhappy with what we do, we've probably achieved something that is really good. And with the understanding, of course with the understanding, that we know this regulation, whatever we ultimately come up with, is going to get amended. Because as we go through the process and go down the time frame to look at all of this, we know things are going to come up that are going to be amended. I actually like Commissioner Jung's idea, so I'll tell you some of the things that I think should be looked at. I really like her idea of giving a year's free time to people who are now complying with the law, who are in fact running good facilities, are not getting lots of complaints or any complaints, because many of them aren't, and are paying their taxes on time. I actually think that's something I think we as a commission should take a look at. I think it might be extremely beneficial to those people. And then I think we need to go find those people who are not complying, and that's why we hired Host Compliance, because they will help us do that, I think. So, I mean, I think that's definitely one thing I would like to see you work on. I would like to see you work on the external signage. I think it's clear that several of the commissioners here absolutely are totally opposed to that idea, so I think that's an idea that needs to come out. However, but maybe what we do is we require an enhancement of the package that's inside of the house, so that the people who are staying there really know the rules and regulations that they need to follow. And there are there are at least 2 groups in Tahoe who provide these types of things. I'm sure you've talked with them, but I can connect you with a couple of those if not. And again, I'm talking Tahoe because, of course, that's where this is a concern for me. I know that it is a concern for Commissioner Lucy also. But so I think that needs to be done. I really think the language relative to children, we need clear guidance and clear language in that. We just simply have to do that. I'd really like you to look also at what happens to somebody who's getting rap music. Okay, I know, maybe hard rock, but for me it's rap music because I can't stand that stuff. And so have rap music playing all day long on outdoor speakers. Playing it in your house is one thing, but on outdoor speakers, I mean, you're going to bother everybody in the neighborhood. I am concerned about this idea of pitting one neighbor against the other, because I'll tell you very frankly, I've represented Incline Village for 8 years, and they have a tendency to get pissy with each other. And I think it's something that we really need to be seriously concerned about. We do not want our neighbors in Incline Village to get in fights with each other. Not to think that the 2 lovely ladies who I know and love, who are here today from Incline Village, would ever be that kind of people, but they do know some people up there who would do that. And so I think that's something that we need to take into our consideration if we can. I don't know that I want to even address the parking issue. I think we just let that one go. I am concerned about the unscheduled inspections, and I really want that language removed, because I think that is a danger, and it was well explained here, not only by other commissioners, but by some people who testified. So I think that's an issue that has to be addressed for us. And then, of course, we want to make sure we're clarifying that the 30 minutes, the time to call, in fact can be done by telephone, by text, by... Millennials love texting. I mean, my grandchildren who are millennials, that's all they do. They text me or they FaceTime me, or they do something else. I can't remember what the other one's called. Oh, that one, yeah. So, you know, I think we need to make sure that we are clarifying that new technology will allow people to make that 30-minute time connection. Then you know what? If the owner of the property doesn't do something about it, they get a fine. They get a penalty, and they get 1 strike against them, or they get whatever. That's where the penalties come in. So those are the things that I would like to say. I don't know if the other commissioners have other things that they'd like to see staff work on, but those are the ones that I'd really like to see you work on. And then I know you've worked on this. You probably never want to see this document again, but I think I agree that we simply can't introduce these right now. And if you would work on those things and then bring it back to us, at the next available time, probably going to be end of March, I'm sure, before we can get there, I would really greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there was a comment that was made about who would be most affected by the ordinance, and it may not be the neighbors. It may be the property owners themselves that could be the most affected with this. I love Google on our phones. I took the opportunity to Google short-term rentals in Miami, Florida, and apparently it was struck down by a circuit court judge. It's being appealed, but it has been struck down as being illegal. So I think Commissioner Jung brings up a good point about there are some other municipalities that are in the process of writing their code as well. And sometimes it's good to be the first out of the gate, but sometimes it's not. You know, you can end up, it's trial by fire. So I'm a little concerned with that. I think we need to give staff clear, concise direction on what we want changed and what we're looking for. I don't want them to go back and then have to kind of stab in the dark and try to figure this out. So that would be my concern also. With respect to, I agree about signage. The 3-year period on inspections, and you know, I'm on both sides of that fence. I'm straddling that. When I had my business, when I had a brick and mortar business, I had to be inspected once a year, and what they were looking for was safety stuff. They wanted to make sure that a fire extinguisher was in compliance because fire extinguishers expire once a year. They wanted to ensure that you know, in a brick and mortar business, that my exits were clearly marked, and the safety of the structure of my building was in compliance. And so I think we need to just think about that. And I think it's a great. I understand the thought process, but I also we're a litigious society, and when something goes awry, the municipality ultimately gets blamed because we didn't have enough controls. But when there's too many controls, it's a delicate balance. So I don't know where we land on that. So I'm still a fence setter. With respect to a 30-minute response time, Madam Vice Chair, you pointed out yourself that it may not be possible to have a 30-minute response time, and
Avalanche.
Tahoe could even have a power outage, which occurs periodically because of heavy snow loads, and so I don't. And I guess I would want a definition of response. What does that actually mean? Yeah. Who are they responding to?
Yeah.
So, you know, because I make a call and I say, you know, they're playing their rap music too loud. It's in the middle of the winter. I can still hear it. And so how does that response actually work? I'm just curious as to how do we administrate that? And again, it's just a question, and maybe it's an easy answer. I just don't know. I'm really not trying to cloud the issues or conflate one with another. I am fearful, though, as Commissioner Jung, I don't know whether I want to be first out of the gate with our ordinance before neighboring jurisdictions come up with some ordinance and test it in the courts, because that may be the ultimate litmus test. We may come out with an ordinance and then we get tested in the courts and it costs us a ton of money. So you know, I guess it's somewhat chicken and egg. You know, I called Amazon the other day and I ordered a chicken and an egg. I'll let you know.
Dun, dun, dun.
But seriously, folks, I'm here all night.
Yeah.
Tip your wait staff.
Keep us here all night if you keep going like that, but come on.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So Commissioner Jung, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to, for the purposes of the, not staff, because you know, you're knee deep in this, but for the rest of the public out here, it's actually a wise move on your commissioner, who most of you are here because you're up at Incline Village in Crystal Bay, to not introduce this ordinance as written and to ask for more work, because the way the ordinances work, once you introduce this one, you can't do major changes for us to actually accept it. So she's doing you a solid on both sides for that, because she could just introduce it and then this fall flat on its face. So Ms. Mullen, again, and the whole CD staff, this is not in any way an indictment of your work. this is more of a, as you knew when you put your arms around this very changing issue, that this was going to take a lot of work. But I think that it is very wise of her to say, I don't want to introduce it, I'd like to see this back for more review, because otherwise we're stuck at second reading, and nobody wants to waste their time there either. And I understand the women too that are here that don't love short-term rentals in their area, and they do need to get some relief if there are rules being broken, laws being broken. And this might not be ready for prime time even for this season. And I hope everybody's aware of that too. You might be still flying without a net. And that doesn't mean that you're not getting your relief or you're not getting your relief. It just means that we are trying to be judicious, not reactive, and rather collecting our data. And also, you're our fiduciary agents. You're the one that pays all this money for us to sit up here. I'd rather spend that money working on your snow plows to clear your places up in Tahoe than giving it to really the lawyer wins, right? The lawyer gets 60 to 80% of whatever fee we settle out. So I'd rather spend your money on things that you can see. Bear boxes for all. I think every single one of you should have a bear box. You're embarrassing me that you don't. I commend Commissioner Burke-Bigler for that, to be judicious and to use this process as it's meant to do, rather than to try to slap a Band-Aid on a problem we still haven't defined, frankly. And the whole country is dealing with this because this is a disruptor. And I'll tell you, as a traveler, I love Airbnb. I can't tell you enough. That's the way I like to roll. So especially being in a casino town, right? I'd rather be out in the hood hanging out than being, I don't game. This is going to be an ongoing conversation we will probably have at least until I'm termed out, let's say that, because this is forever going to evolve, and there will forever be bad actors that we are going to be chasing. And that's really who I want to go after, the ones who are really destroying this for the 99.99% that are just doing fine. So thank you. I commend you for that, Madam Vice Chairwoman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. And I agree with Commissioner Jung in regards that the Vice Chair is taking a lot. This has been, we participated in a meeting a year ago, over in the winter, where we had packed the house at the Sierra Nevada College, and it was contentious at best. And we sat there to try to work on a number of these issues. I'm going to go through a couple of things really quickly, because once again, 90% of these do reside in Commissioner Burke-Bigler's district, but the 10% reside in mine. And I want to point some things out that I have some real problems with. For example, some of my homes in Arrow Creek and Montreux are very beautiful homes that quite often are rented out. They are also second homes by a number of individuals. They get rented out for weddings because it's aesthetically beautiful, it's gorgeous. We used to have a golf tournament there, but we have a number of events still at both facilities. And a couple of the homes on there, short-term rentals, homes have a second dwelling. They have an in-law quarter. And multiple times, I know when I've traveled before, that if you rent a sizable house, they have a wing that's maybe detached, that you don't have to rent the whole house. You rent the little portion of the house that you need. If you bring a bigger family, they have 6 bedrooms if they need it. But to say we'll limit one short-term rental per parcel, that should come out, because that immediately impacts all of my properties in Arrow Creek and Montreux. Secondly, no events or gatherings, parties or weddings would be allowed would exceed in the on-site maximum occupancy. Now we're going back to the occupancy, and the commissioners are right. The staff has done the Lord's work here. I mean, they have really put in the time and effort to fix these things, and it's a lot to encounter. I mean, these discussions have been long and tenuous, but I go back to the human value. You can't look at this black and white about occupancy limits and say, well, there's only so many people, so guess what? You can only invite 8 people to your wedding, and 2 of them are going to be the bride and groom. And that doesn't work for me. So I think that has no relevance for me as it pertains. I'm not even talking about Incline, remember, because we're writing ordinances for the entire county. And I'm talking about Arrow Creek and Montreux. If somebody wants to throw a wedding, and there's lots of distance in between my homes and Arrow Creek, I can throw a party at my house at Arrow Creek or somebody's house at Arrow Creek, and I guarantee my probably neighbor isn't going to hear it. But to say that I can't have it is inviting problems. So I'm opposed to that too. And then I think that as we continue to work this and go back and forth, it's really challenging. I mean, Incline is its own unique area. It is its own, I mean, it's very different from the rest of our county. And it's really challenging for us as policymakers to sit up here and write policy that is specific for one area and not for another. And when you continue to get more onerous with the policy, it gets so challenging and so muddy. For me, I'd like to back way off some of this policy and find some. So I'd like to work it specifically in my office, off of this dais with staff to go back through some of this. And as it pertains to just my area, just District 2, that's it. And I'm not getting into, and I know Marcia's going to have different challenges than I will. Or I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair. But the point is that we've got to be a little bit, and to Commissioner Hartung's point, let's not be the guinea pigs in this situation. Let's not run out there and get, you know, electrocuted first just because we want to get something on the books, or we want to, and TRPA is doing a hell of a job up in Incline anyways. So let's, why go and run up there and try to outpace them for short-term rentals? I don't know if that's a smart, my opinion. But once again, that's Commissioner Burke-Bigler, the Vice Chair's district, so I'm not going to get there. So those are my comments, and I will leave it at that. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Let me just add one more thing. So the surrounding counties, I don't think Carson City has one house that sits on top, way up on top of the hill, and really looks down into the valley. I don't think they count. But so yeah, Douglas County and Placer County, which surround us, both have regulations in place already. Douglas County thinks their regulations are working really well. Placer County's just went into effect, so we really don't know how good they're going to be. And as we all know, litigation is still pending on the city of South Lake Tahoe. El Dorado County has not really put a regulation in place yet. They're in the same position we're in. They're working on it because they're on both sides of the hill also. So they've got some language, but I think it's important to understand that we couldn't be the first out of the box if we wanted to be, because there are already some out of the box. So there's some that are going on up there already. And so I think that's extremely important. And I guess then I would ask Mr. Solero if you think we've given you enough guidance on things we'd like to see you work on. Not a chance, huh?
Sorry about that. For the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager, if I may. You know, our staff spent an awful lot of time following the best planning practices that we have to gather feedback from the community, from the stakeholders, from a lot of people that have an interest in this process. That is where the information came from that eventually comes to you in this form. So to Commissioner Hartung's point earlier, you know, if we can get actual specifics that we can change on some of these things, and I've got a list here, and I'd like to go through those individually with you so that we can get your feedback right now today. I understand, Commissioner Lucy, you've got some other items potentially in this that we can work through, but I think we owe it to the staff as well as the stakeholders to understand directly from you what we need to change. And I'm totally good making all those changes. You are the ones creating the policy. But I do think that, you know, instead of going back and forth for multiple months up here, I think it would be helpful if we could get some specifics directly from you at this time so that we can make those changes. So at your convenience, if you guys have the questions all out there, certainly I've got a list here that I think we can get some specifics. And if that's all right, we can go back and forth on that. Perfect.
Fire away, sir.
All right. So I would like to know from the commission as a whole, from you know, the comments we've heard today, if those people that are currently paying the room tax to the RSCVA should have a year holiday on the permitting process. Something specific, not on paying the tax, but on this process as far as licensure. And the question becomes, do we give them a pass on the license fees? Do we charge license fees and not do an inspection? Do we hold them off for a year to go through the process? Something specific.
I don't think, my idea is that we give them a pass on having to comply with the regulations that we're putting in place. So if that becomes an issue on can the project afford itself, then we'd have to relook at the issue of whether or not we're going to charge them the fee for actually having an SDR in the county. I mean, I think you've got to look at that and let us know whether or not that's workable. But I think that's a fair assessment. Only if They are people who are doing what they're supposed to do, and there haven't been complaints constantly about them. There are some up there that we know, and those people don't get a pass. I'm just talking about the people who are, like this nice gentleman who came here today to talk to us, is clearly doing a good job. I know there's a lot of other people who are doing a very good job up there. I think those are the people that we say, okay, this is ultimately coming down the road, but while we go through the process of getting something together, that would be my recommendation.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Lead away. I've lived on this one.
We have heard loud and clear, no exterior signage on vacation rentals.
Yes.
Correct.
The item of outdoor speakers came up. Now, this is one where, you know, I've seen that complaint as well, and I think we are treading on a process here whereby I've also heard from this board that we want to treat these rentals the same as any other residents up there. So I'm leaning against not doing anything, just my thinking here about outdoor speakers.
I agree. I don't think you should do something about outdoor speakers. I don't think that was the point. I was trying to make, my point was, what does this constituent do whose neighbor is playing rap music all day long or whatever? I mean, I don't think you can take away outdoor speakers, just like you can't say, okay, you're an STR, you're here, you're only here for the weekend, so you have to be out of the hot tub at 10, but you live here full-time, so you don't ever have to get out of it. I mean, you can't do that. Everybody's got to be treated the same. So I agree, ignore the outdoor speaker issue.
Commissioner Harton.
Just to chime in here, I'm glad that that's the position that you're taking, Madam Vice Chair. I couldn't agree more that we cannot exact a regulation on one property owner versus another property owner. That'll get challenged instantly. With respect to speakers or not having speakers, I mean, I think that's a noise compliance issue as it is. I mean, that's going to apply to anyone. So I don't want to overstep our boundaries. I think that we need to stay in our lane in some of this stuff, that codes and laws and rules and regulations already exist. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Heard also loud and clear that no unannounced inspections as a part of this process. We talked a little bit about clarifying 30 minutes. And so I believe the way that we've got it, and maybe it's unclear, so if you've got some proposed language associated with the 30 minutes, or maybe it's not 30 minutes, maybe it's an hour, maybe it's 2 hours. We put that in there based on information that we'd received, trying to at least have someone responsive to a potential nuisance problem at one of these residents.
So Mr. Solero, I have a quick question about that.
Sure.
So we're asking for some kind of compliance in regards to a correspondence between the property owner or property manager to address issues for a short-term renter. The issue that I see is that if they can get a hold of somebody within an hour, how are we going to monitor that? I mean, how do I know that the issue started at 10:31 and that by 11:01 I didn't have a conversation? How is host compliance going to say, so I think as long as that they can be respondent, that they have some way to address that and get in touch with somebody, a property manager or a host, that allows them to rectify the issue. And once again, I think that's important. I've traveled many times, and as a matter of fact, my last time I was in Indio, about a year ago, I stayed at a home, and the pool that we thought we were able to rent was broken. I had to contact the individual. He texted me back 4 hours later, but the next day I had a pool man there with it repaired. So I think it's got to be a little bit of a dynamic discussion, because there's no way that we're going to be able to enforce a specific time on 30 minutes. It has to be within a reasonable and acceptable amount. I think that needs to be the language. It has to be within an acceptable, reasonable amount or something like that.
So I think we may be talking about two different things. There's the renter and their relationship with the person renting or the maintenance group. Then there's the neighbor that's affected by the rental itself. And so the discussion we've been trying to do is that neighbor needs to be able to get in touch with someone, so they don't just dial 911 every time, and we have the sheriff's office responding out there. We would like, you know, as a good neighbor policy discussion is where this really came from, is the ability for a neighbor to contact either host compliance and understand who the property, or, you know, the compliance person is. That's where the placards came from, so that the neighbor would know who to call if they had a.
Which I think it's a perfect opportunity. We still, as long as everybody has it, whether it's a neighbor, whether it's a full-time owner, if they have the ability to call host compliance, and host compliance can quickly punch in who the owner is, they can give them that data, and they can reach out to that individual in a timely manner. Whether it's a renter or a full-time resident, I think it's our ability to dial host compliance. If we're going to pay them and we're going to pay for them through these fees, I think that should be one of the services that's provided in that service. Okay. Are you okay with that?
I am, yes.
Okay.
There was also some discussion related to inspections, whether they're yearly or whether we have a larger period of time. It would be nice to get some specifics on that piece.
Yeah, I mean, safety is I think the public safety, I think that's something we're gonna have to work offline with the fire chiefs, and maybe we can convene a meeting and have that discussion with the fire safety, North Lake Tahoe Fire, and we do have representatives from North Lake Tahoe, but we would like, you know, obviously Fire Chief Moore to participate in that as well. Yes.
So question, I mean, does the rental have to have, or does it typically have a fire extinguisher somewhere in the kitchen or something of that nature?
We do have requirements for fire sprinklers, for carbon monoxide detectors, those types of things.
For fire
those
sprinklers?
Basic life safety, or sorry, fire extinguishers.
Okay, so no fire suppression, okay.
So, yeah, so we want to make sure that these homes are safe. If we are going to be providing a license, part of that risk management discussion that we have ourselves is that we need to make sure that they are in compliance, so that the people that are renting them, I mean, every time I rent one of these, I automatically think that, oh, someone's renting this. There's been some process to go by where this house has been inspected, or at least it's safe for me to do. I don't have to think about that. That's the general discussion that we have with people that utilize these. So part of our job in licensing these is to make sure that they are safe for those people that are going to be renting them as well.
Okay, so if memory serves me correctly, the tags on an extinguisher, they expire after 1 year. Is that not? That's correct. Yeah. So I mean, I think that answers our question. That has to be, you know, that's the only way you can.
But is that an inspection, or can they take it down and have the fire extinguisher certified?
That's a good question. That's something that we have to. I mean.
And once it's certified, they'd send it in with their annual fee that
in the case of a brick and mortar business, the fire department would come in and actually verify that. They would
do it every year on my fire sprinklers.
Yeah,
but my point is that.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with you. That's just
somebody
my
to
only
carry.
question.
If I were to carry my ability, if I was a short-term an owner of property, and I could carry it to my local fire station, Station 36 in Turkey Meadows, and
Well,
have.
maybe there's a better way. Maybe we can have the fire extinguisher, the recharge companies actually write a letter of compliance or something of that nature for a specific address.
And it's submitted annually with their permit fees.
Maybe that's how we deal with that. I'm spitballing.
Instead of having staff go and
No, I
do
understand.
an
I'm not
annual
disagreeing.
inspection of every physical property, 900 properties every year.
Yep.
Why not have an ability for staff to or the owners, make it an owner's challenge to go and make sure that their property, have it inspected once, that these need to have this many, you know, once an initial inspection is done, that you have to have this many fire extinguishers or whatnot, and that every year, those requirements are fulfilled when you go back and have it certified, and so that it's not.
And then a physical inspection occurs every 3 years?
Something of that nature, yeah.
And Mr. Chair, I like the idea of putting the onus on the owner as much as possible away from the staff, because the owner is really responsible for the building. We're trying to augment the safety of the people who are here visiting us, but the owner is really responsible for the building. So I like that idea of putting the onus on the owner.
Next item is more than one short-term rental per property. The discussion here is, are we talking about separate buildings or multiple rooms within a residence? We have had some instances where someone has come forward and they want multiple rooms within a residence to be short-term rentals. We have another provision of our code for bed and breakfast that requires a special use permit for that type of use, which is actually easier at the end of the day for the homeowner, in my opinion, to go through a special use permit for that piece. We need to make sure that we are talking about short-term rentals or something else. I just need to know, is there a number that we can put on it? Are you concerned about that? Is it, do we just want to allow, if you have 20 bedrooms, you can have 20 separate rentals on your property? Because we're going to have to take a look at that as far as some of the other regulations that we have within our code.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair. You go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, I think that's a question that we're going to have our district attorney investigate for us, because if you have 10 bedrooms, or if you have 5 bedrooms, and you rent them to 5 different people, are you exceeding the cap on whether or not this is a business? And I think we want to be really careful that we don't get ourselves into the mud on that issue. So that's probably an issue that I doubt if our district attorney can say off the top of his head, but he's pretty sharp, so maybe he can. So, but I think that's definitely something that we're going to have to get clearance from them on.
I do not have an answer off the top of my head, but what your staff needs is some direction on what your preference would be. If it's determined that your preference is illegal, then we can come back and we can tell you that that's illegal. But for now, they need some guidance on how you want to treat somebody who comes in. Let's say you have somebody who just has a basement and they have a freestanding basement. They want to rent the basement. Or if, as Mr. Solero said, they have 20 different rooms and they want to rent each of those differently. So that's the kind of guidance that I think Mr. Solero is looking for. Anything that comes across that we think is going to be illegal, we're not going to allow to get put into the ordinance.
The challenge that I see with this already is that we're getting into the bed and breakfast portion of our code that we have currently residing to prevent from commercial businesses. I have 2 of them I know in my district that I'm dealing with. But the point of the matter is that I think when we're talking about short-term rentals, if the parcel has, from my standpoint, and the other commissioners may see this completely different, I don't want to get into the deciding about how you cut up a house, specifically one residence. I'm talking if you have a in-law quarters that is detached from the community, from the actual physical residence, which makes it two potential residents. Actually, I know a home in Joy Lake, right off of Joy Lake Road, that has a full-time residence above the garage, which is detached from the house. And they utilize that. They have different people that live. So if they rent their house and they reside in that little apartment, does that, I don't want to get into that. I think that we're starting to get into the weeds again. I think we need to just say, if you have a short-term rental, your parcel is a short-term rental. All residents on that parcel qualify as a short-term rental, whether you rent a portion of that rental or the other freestanding building or both freestanding buildings together. But I don't want to start diving into dicing up a specific house, saying, I think that it gets really cloudy for me, and I don't know how you decipher that.
So, Mr. Chair, I think also this is an area where we're going to have to be careful because of what TRPA may ultimately do as a result of the California Affordable Housing Act's multiple bills that have gone into effect. And one of the things that California has put in place is a requirement that municipalities allow a secondary dwelling on properties that have less than 1 acre. Currently, let's just talk about Incline Village. Currently, we don't have Incline Village in Crystal Bay. We really don't have that many properties that are more than 1 acre, except for the mansions. And it's probably not real likely that Mr. Duffield is going to rent out part of his house to, strangers. I mean, you get the point in Incline. That may be different down here. But I think from Incline's perspective, we have to be very careful because it is likely that TRPA will put in place language that says any secondary, that everybody can have a secondary house or an over-the-garage apartment or whatever, but it can't be used as an STR. And so it is very likely that TRPA is going to put that into effect because they like to regulate the entire basin with the same footprint. So we need to be careful that we don't put language in our ordinance that would conflict with that, ultimately.
So,
I absolutely appreciate that, and we will make sure that we go through that piece. I think the question I've got related to this is if there are two homes on a parcel, say in Arrow Creek, are we okay with each one of those being rented separately? Because currently what we're saying is short-term rental on the property, you get one.
Yes.
And what I'm hearing is here, there's an opportunity for two if it's detached.
yeah.
And I think if
see that all the
TRPA
time.
changes it in the basin, it will impact the basin. It won't affect the remainder of the county. So if they have a feeling that it needs to impact the basin, let it impact the basin. But I don't think we make that on, we don't take that on as here down, because to Vice Chair's point, I have large parcels, acre plus in Montreux and the Galena area that would be impacted with mother-in-law quarters if they so chose to rent their homes that way. So in my opinion, if you're renting, I'm not going to just say that it's only one STR per parcel. You're allowed to rent, it's whatever's on the parcel.
Okay, well, we'll have a little bit of work to do there to bring something back to you all that gets to the bottom of that one.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
And then my concern also is I don't want to have to force people to retrofit their properties with fire suppression. That's a very, very, very costly endeavor, and I don't know whether I want to force people down that path.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah, fire suppression is not a part of this discussion. I mean, fire sprinklers, as this discussion is not a piece of that, so.
But when you're talking about multiple rooms, and you get into the bed and breakfast, I mean, where does it broach from an STR to a B&B? So that's.
So that is why this is currently written as one short-term rental per property, because that is how we can govern that piece.
Okay,
so we're gonna have to do some work to define, there may be changes that need to occur to our bed and breakfast requirements as we go through that. And I think there's just some, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to a resolution here today. I think we're gonna have to go through an iteration on this.
Okay.
Just a couple more.
All right. You're gonna start losing commissioners who've been sitting up here all day.
Age standards. Can we land on an actual age? 5 years old?
I think 5 years and under would be exempt, in my opinion. Would you be okay with that?
Okay. The last one I have is timing associated with this, getting something back through the process with you. As you're all aware, there are lots of different priorities on the plates of a lot of staff working on this process.
The great thing about timing, Mr. Solero, is that the vice chair and the chair are probably the most intimately involved in this, and I think we'll probably work with you as diligently as possible to get this on the agenda as soon as it's proper.
Darn, I was hoping to go the other way, but.
Well, and I think to some level, timing is in the hands of the people who are drafting this. But clearly, we would like to see this sooner rather than later. So, I mean, I don't want to be dealing with this in September.
Is there additional outreach to the public and stakeholders that you would like us to accomplish? Or are we,
No.
I mean,
No,
the majority of this is in pretty good shape.
All of that's been done. I think this is now in the hands of the commission to give you direction, and ultimately, we hope to come up with something that we can get passed by this commission.
And I think we've done enough in regards to continuing to advertise our agendas, and that if people want to continue to participate, since we're not introducing these bills today, they'll have 2 more opportunities plus a full resolution of this. So that's 3 opportunities for people to come and voice their concerns. So at this point, they can converse with Commissioner Burke-Bickler and myself and have their, but no, in my opinion, no.
All right.
Yep.
Anything else, Mr. Solero?
We've got clear enough direction on the majority of these items, and a couple of things we'll have to circle back with you on, but appreciate the input and the conversation this afternoon.
Once again, staff, I want to thank you for all your time. We appreciate it. This is not in no way, shape, a target of you. You are not a target of our discussion, but we want to assure you that we do appreciate the work you put in. This is a very touchy subject, and I don't want to get this wrong from the county standpoint. So, thank you. All right, well, so we'll close.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
Madam Vice Chair, do
Appreciate
you have
it.
any final comments? Yeah, I want to give you that chance.
No, I think staff is doing a great job, and I'm very pleased with what we were able to accomplish here today. I know it wasn't exactly what these three wonderful staff people sitting before us were really wanting us to do. Moira and Kelly and Dave are fabulous, and you've done a great job on this, and I appreciate that. But I think we're moving in the right direction, so thank you for everything.
Great. All right, seeing no further comments and nobody signed in, we'll close this item. We'll bring this back at a later time and date. We're on to item 17 is not needed today. We've already dealt with that. So we're on to item 18. This is our final public comment. Mr. Manager.
Item 18, public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission may also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I am not showing anybody signed in. Madam Clerk, do you have any?
There's nobody signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We appreciate that. We are on to our final item, which is Commissioners and County Managers announcement. Mr. Manager, do you have anything you'd like to add this afternoon?
I have none.
All right. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to bring up that one of the things I'd like to see on the item relative to the Arts Commission, and I don't see but I'm sure she's listening somewhere. So, but what I would like to see is, I had the opportunity to have a conversation with the chair, and he explains his concern about a commission and the costs associated with that. I agree with that. So maybe it would be appropriate for this to be a arts advisory board rather than an arts commission, and then the commission can sit as the arts commission. We're already here, no additional staff time on that. If we just get someone who can work maybe with an arts advisory board. So as Kate Thomas looks at that, Assistant County Manager Thomas looks at that, if she could maybe put that into the mix, I would appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other further comments? I see nobody signed in. Thank you very much, everybody. We are adjourned.